put up with all day. So there you go.
Colin Hay has been up on the big screen, the man who was the front man and the lead singer of Men at Work, and a rendition of Land Down Under is playing over the major screens here, with him being filmed, or has been filmed, on a beach, along with the pre-game entertainment here, including the likes of Josh Butler, Stella Donnelly and Gina Williams.
Now, tell me, was it Guy McKenna, the famous story about Guy McKenna at one of the West Coast finals, who was a huge fan of the sneakers and snuck out of the pre-match, and they're looking for him where they had gone into the room to do their pre-match, and Mick Moldhouse has found Guy McKenna up the race listening to the Seekers in the grand final.
That wouldn't surprise me. Guy was an interesting character and one of the more relaxed people you'd ever see in football. I don't know how relaxed our next guest is, but we can go inside the Melbourne camp now. The General Manager of Football Performance and a former coach for 6 years of St Kilda is Alan Richardson. And Alan, as you join us, how have you approached this? Because this is a unique circumstance for the club that you've only played one game in the past 27 days.
Well, first of all, to embrace the fact that unusual's become the new norm. That is, the last 2 years, I think we've been away from home about 160 days, and we've had issues like staying on planes for a day and flying back to Melbourne. So the whole season's been a little bit like that, to be frank. We had a 2-week break, if you like, in between Brisbane and Geelong, and we're really pleased with the way we've performed. This is no different. We've complemented those weekends off, if you like, with pretty. And they've been far from weekends off. They've been weekends off in terms of playing opposition, but we've still performed and trained really strongly with almost like match practice type scrimmage work. And we think our group is as ready as they can be.
Obviously, you'd love to be playing at the MCG, as anyone would, but just given the fact that there's this near 6-decade premiership drought, I'd imagine if the players were at home, anywhere they walked, to a cafe, a service station, people would be in their head about it. In some ways, has it been a bit of a relief that they're in a little bit of a bubble, given all the hype and pressure, I guess, of ending the drought?
Yeah, look, we're disappointed we can't be there. You're right. Whilst it's unbelievably important for us to execute, given we've given ourselves this amazing opportunity. It's just so disappointing that we can't do it in front of our fans that have waited for so long. So that's disappointing. But there is a chance that young players like Rivers and Jackson and Petty and Cozzy Pickett and these sort of guys, Bowie, they won't be affected by perhaps the pressure that might come to bear with, as you said, walking down the street and people are starting to put a bit of pressure on it. They wouldn't be meaning to. It's just the way that happens. So, no, that's possibly been a benefit. Perth have done a really good job, mind you. I've been really pleasantly surprised with the intensity and the focus on the game and the support for the game. So it's not as though we're completely void of red and blue over here and some healthy support, but you're right, it is very different.
Speaking about support, calling the preliminary final here when you were up against Geelong, it really was a pro-Melbourne crowd, I guess because of the long premiership drought. Are you expecting this crowd to lift with you today?
Oh, look, I don't know is the answer, but I think today's crowd, because we've been here for a month, we've been able to do a bit of work within the community. So of how, our marketing team back home have done an amazing job in terms of doing receptions in the town square and giving away hats and scarves and tickets and all sorts of things. So I think the support is going to be strong. I think the fact that we played a game here when the Dogs were in Melbourne the Dogs were in Adelaide, Gawn, playing such a significant game in front of the people that turned up, and obviously the fact that it's a grand final and Melbourne haven't won for a while, I think possibly adds to potential. Those that are undecided might swing our way, but I'm sure the Dogs will have enough support here also.
Alan Jacob Lansby here, thanks for your time pre-game. Stephen May and Charlie Spargo both had injury concerns. Stephen hurt himself in the prelim and Charlie rolled his ankle at training this time last week. How have they come up and have they been impacted in any way on the training track?
Well, Maisie missed a little bit. He didn't do everything that the others did, but that would be exactly the same during a home and away game. That someone's given their, strained their hamstring slightly, then, they're going to miss a bit of training to give themselves the best opportunity to come up within a couple of weeks. And that's, so that's really hasn't been any different. He has been able to, he did play in our practice match, so, it came to hand pretty quickly. Spargs, as you touched on, he did roll his ankle last Saturday, but it was pretty minor. It actually looked like it was a nasty one when you look back at the tape. He's probably pretty fortunate, really. No, but he trained really well on Wednesday, and we wouldn't take any risk. We know that you can't do that in grand finals. So no, those guys are 100% ready to go.
Alan, you've done so well to connect your Victorian fan base with the fans here and the players who are here in Perth. Have you grasped, I know Glenn asked you about the players being removed from that in Melbourne, but have you got a feeling of the significance of this moment in the Melbourne Football Club if you were to win a premiership tonight?
Well, look, probably not to the extent of it, to be frank. We are getting constant updates. You're right. We've made a really concerted effort to turn our footy club into a virtual footy club and try and connect with our fans. I've been on a couple of Zoom meetings with members and with coterie groups, and had one a couple of nights ago with Rod Grinter and all the boys. I think there was about 160 on from the past players, and when you go and ask one of our players to join in and help out, they're only too willing. They understand. They're really looking at this as an opportunity to when people back in Melbourne, particularly the fans that love them so much and have supported them for such a long time, are doing it pretty tough, that this is an opportunity to bring some joy to their lives. And that's something that I don't know whether you remember, but Christian Petrarca spoke about that after that really close game down at Geelong leading into the finals. He actually got quite emotional talking about the fans, and it's quite authentic and genuine, and it's a pretty powerful thing.
Well, terrific, Alan. It's going to be a great night's entertainment, win, lose or draw. We wish you and the Demons all the best, and thank you for what you've done to promote the club since you've been in Perth, and good luck this evening.
Good on you guys. Thanks very much for the support.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate, complete offset on fixed and variable loans, and a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Program sponsor.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mark Winnetong, an Aboriginal Public Health Advisor. The COVID-19 vaccines are now available for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander adults 50 years and over. The vaccines have been strictly tested by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA. The vaccine will help protect you, your family and the community from getting seriously sick from COVID-19. You'll be given 2 doses a few weeks apart. To find out more, have a yarn with your local healthcare worker or your doctor, or visit health.gov.au.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Program sponsor.
It's the Mary G Show every Wednesday night.
Hello to all the countrymen right around Australia. Hope everybody is fine and tuned in to me, Mary G.
And Saturday.
You can't lose a black fella in the snow, no matter how much they try and hide, you know?
The Mary G Show on the National Indigenous Radio Service.
Yeah, well, you'll have a good sleep.
Fast Channel 601.
You're tuned to the 2021 AFL Grand Final for AFL Indigenous Broadcasting. And tonight, it's the Western Bulldogs taking on Melbourne live from Whadjuk Land at Optus Stadium, Perth, with Glenn Mitchell, Jacob Lansfield, Ash McGrath and Damien Kitschke. Proudly brought to you by major program sponsor Bendigo Bank, broadcast throughout the nation by the National Indigenous Radio Service.
And the ground is being cleared at the moment. We're not too far away from giving away to the main entertainment, which is the 2021 AFL Grand Final. Today is the 25th of September. It is 21 years to the day since Kathy Freeman ignited a nation by winning the 400 metres at the Sydney Olympics. Many say that that is the most significant sporting day in this country's history. I think it's safe to say that this grand final, from a Western Australian perspective, is the biggest individual single-day event this state has ever witnessed. We did hold the Commonwealth Games back in 1962, and of course we held the defence of the America's Cup in 1987. But those events ran 11 days, as far as the Commonwealth Games were concerned, several months for the America's Cup. So anyone that is present here today and is listening to our coverage, you can take on board the fact that Western Australians are extremely proud of what they're putting on today, and it is a unique occurrence. For many of us, it'll never happen again in our lifetime. We're expecting a crowd of around 60,000. It is a sellout. The footy capacity here is actually 61,266 people, and we'll go very close to that. There's always a couple of people that buy tickets, though, that don't actually turn up. The banners are on the ground at the moment, quite literally, laying flat. They'll be erected pretty shortly. We're awaiting the arrival of the umpires in a moment. But if we look at this game in a little bit more detail, I guess one of the key factors, Ash, as we turn to you, is the fact that they have been so outstanding in clearance work, Melbourne. You and I were here for the preliminary final demolition of Geelong. From clearance stoppages and clearance generation, they kicked an aggregate of 101 points that night, which is, it's almost incomprehensible that a team could be that effective. How do the Bulldogs go about shutting down that influence tonight?
I reckon the Bulldogs match up very well against Melbourne. That night we sat here and watched Melbourne absolutely take apart Melbourne. Geelong had a very old midfield, and their spread from stoppages was, I'd say, average. Wasn't even part of the elite group. Whereas the Bulldogs, you've seen them. When we watched that game 2 weeks ago, we were always going to ask, what can Port Adelaide do, return serve? And it was the Bulldogs that actually came out and did exactly what Melbourne did to Geelong. And I reckon their spread from stoppages, I reckon this is where the game's going to be won, in the midfield, because both teams have good forwards and good defenders, but it's going to come down to the midfield, who can give the best service to their forwards.
And Liberatore is elite now.
Yeah.
It's been the biggest criticism, as you can imagine, coming from Adelaide. It's been big news for the last 2 weeks of Port Adelaide's non-turning up to that game, and it's just been the talk the whole 2 weeks is why wasn't Liberatore tagged right from the start. He's an experienced customer these days. He's a premiership player, and I think he's going to be a major issue at those set bounces. Melbourne won't have it all their way, and the class of that Bulldogs midfield. I mean, we're looking at two. It's going to be really exciting. We're looking at two fantastic midfields that are going to be giving service up forward. And
I reckon you got the two midfields, but I reckon the game's going to be won on that far wing between Ed Langdon and Bailey Smith. Both elite midfield wingers that get up and down the ground, but the difference between Ed Langdon and Bailey Smith is Bailey Smith hits the scoreboard, and he's done that all the way through this final series.
Speaking of experience, the umpires have just come out and had their pre-game photo taken. Matt Stevich, unbelievably, is umpiring his 9th grand final in the last 10 seasons. It's his 427th match tonight. Brett Rosebery, who hails from Western Australia, is also umpiring his 9th grand final this evening. Game number 459 for him, and it's been a fair wait for Jacob Mollison. He's turning out in game number 282 tonight as an AFL field umpire, but this is his first grand final. We're seeing vision up on the big screen at the moment of the Western Bulldogs. They are about to come down the race in the next 60 or so seconds. What was interesting, Ash, when we were here a fortnight ago, the crowd was very pro-Melbourne, and at times anti-Geelong. There was one free kick that Tom Hawkins got was booed, and when he kicked it out on the full, it was booed even louder. Obviously, that's got to do with the near 6-decade drought. Do you expect Melbourne to be the favourites tonight in the crowd's heart?
Yeah, so I came to the ground via the city, and I'll tell you one thing, I did not see one Bulldogs jersey until I got to the ground. It was full of Melbourne supporters, and as you know, West Australians, we love an underdog. And I reckon they see Melbourne, it's a fairy tale story. You go back to when Bulldogs last won their premiership, it was a fairy tale story. So I reckon most of the crowd and supporters here will be looking for that fairy tale.
The banner is being taken aloft directly in front of our commentary position. We've just seen vision on the big screen of the Western Bulldogs amassing at the top of the race. It's a unique ground, this, that players can actually enter the stadium by running through the members area. We're seeing Marcus Bontempelli now taking the hand of a youngster as each of his teammates are behind him, and they're actually walking through a members area down below And here they come now, out of the tunnel, onto Optus Stadium ahead of the grand final. So Western Bulldogs breaking through their banner directly in front of Damien tonight. There's a lot of experience in regard to premierships. Bontempelli, Dunkley, Hunter, Wood, McRae, Cordy, Liberatore, Daniel and Johannesson, the Norm Smith medalist from 5 years ago. 9 premiership players. How big an advantage is that for Luke Beveridge tonight?
I think almost the opposite, Glenn, in that it is amazing that they've only got 9 left from a couple of years ago. Isn't it? What a fantastic...
It's a quick turnover.
What a quick turnover. And I was really happy to see Johansson in the... Well, came on as a medical sub, didn't he, in the prelim. And really had an effect on the game. I was, you wonder how he couldn't have been in their top in their pre-match pick side. So, and he really came on and with his run and carry, and he was terrific in that prelim. So happy to see him back in the side. But that is just an amazing rebuild in such a short time, isn't it? To come back with 9 players from premiership a couple of years ago. When you start thinking dynasties, and I guess if you win a couple of premierships in a 3 or 4 year period, you call that a dynasty of sorts. But actually 9 players. They've changed over the rest of their side. That's just fantastic.
Yeah, and most of their players that have come in are the young players.
Yeah.
I look at blokes like Aaron Norton has come in and really changed the way this side plays. And also, like my old teammate, Steph Martin, probably wouldn't have thought he was going to be in a premiership side, leaving Brisbane, but he's come down here and he's ready to go.
So the Melbourne banner has now been taken aloft. I think we're going to hear a little bit more vocal support when the Demons come out under their skipper, this year's All-Australian captain, Max Gawn. They're just crossing the boundary line now. So the Demons out onto the ground looking to erase this 57-year premiership drought. The Demons have gone through their banner and about to sit down in the centre square to have their pre-grand final commemorative photo taken. It's a great sight, this ground at the moment. Helicopter buzzing overhead. Western Bulldogs getting the first opportunity to use the centre circle for some stoppage and clearance drills. I'll start with you, Damien. What is the key for either team to be holding the Premiership Cup aloft in 2.5 hours' time?
I think coming off their prelims to keep the belief going. I think this. I mean, we always say it. It's no brainer. The start's important. You don't have to be on trying to work that out. But I think it's really important this game because both these teams they'd be flying high at the moment. They've been over here in their bubbles as such. They've been away from a lot of the media. They've been probably playing this game in their head now for 2 weeks, living in close quarters. They just want to get it out and get it started. And I think the start is so important. We've spoken about the Gawn factor. I don't think Big Tim English is the man to have a physical presence in that centre bounce. They're going to have some sort of centre presence and a physical presence, and you're always going to get that in the grand final, Ash. I don't know does the pre-match change in a grand final? When Lee was coaching, did he say, okay, let's get really physical early, or is this just a standard game of football after it's said and done, isn't it?
At the end of the day, you've got to control what you can control.
Yeah.
You're going to have all this outside noise, and the grand final just makes it stand out 10 times even more. So it's whoever can hold their head the longest. The start of the game is always important. You want to, the good thing about playing over here in Perth, if they're going to play Melbourne,
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate, complete offset on fixed and variable loans, and a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Program sponsor.
G'day, Barry Denner here, and I want to tell you about Tonic Eyewear. Fishing is a huge part of my life, and not long ago I got my first pair of Tonics, and I absolutely love them. The polarising and clarity is awesome. Plus, they are fantastic for driving and so comfortable they can be worn all day. So if you want the best sunnies available, then Tonic Eyewear is the way to go. They're available at any of the 50 Bright Eyes stores or at your local fishing and tackle store. To check out the range, jump onto toniceyewear.com.au.
Program sponsor.
For 30 years, the Courier Mail has been bringing you stories that matter from mob across the country. Whether you're Bundjalung, Birragubba, Noongar, Nuttinjati, Miriam or Merning, we've got you covered. To subscribe, let our mob know about your business, event or organisation. Head to our website at www.couriermail.com and follow the links. The Courier Mail, the voices of Indigenous Australia since 1991.
Program sponsor. You're tuned to the 2021 AFL Grand Final for AFL Indigenous Broadcasting. And tonight, it's the Western Bulldogs taking on Melbourne live from Whadjuk Land at Optus Stadium, Perth. With Glenn Mitchell, Jacob Landsmith, Ash McGrath and Damien Kitschke. Proudly brought to you by major program sponsor Bendigo Bank. Broadcast throughout the nation by the National Indigenous Radio Service.
For some technical issues here, the line just dropping out. Both teams out on the ground, they're warming up. Both of them have vacated the square. Melbourne operating down at the Durgal Yerrigan or Swan River end at the moment. Western Bulldogs to our left. The ground already, the sun starting to drop here. The white lights, the sport lights on the halo roof have been fired up quite some time ago. It will be a real spectacle here at half time, no doubt about that, when the sun has well and truly gone. The technology at this particular stadium is some of the finest anywhere in the world. We're not too far away from the acknowledgement to country here, to be followed by the national anthem. Two of the pre-game major signals ahead of the toss of the coin. Start with you, Ash. Who's going to win? Why? Your margin and your Norm Smith medalist. Not to put any pressure on you at all.
I'm pretty confident with this one. I've spoken to a few people about. I reckon Bulldogs have just got something special about this group. And I've actually had the margin at 41 plus. And I've got a feeling that Aaron Norton or...
No, you can't have.
No, I'm going to go Bailey Smith.
Okay, all right. Gee, that's a blowout. 41 points. We might as well leave now, Damien. Who's your tip?
Well, he's taking the wind out of my sails because he is actually. I look at him being the expert. I mean, he's played a lot earlier than I've played. Like years ago, he's a premiership player.
Both finals. I struck out both finals. So.
For me, I'm going for Melbourne. I just think when you toss the coin on these two sides, I think one thing that both these teams did last week, which set the standard, was their forwards. If you remember last week, Norton was on fire early. Ben Brown clunked early. It just sets your whole team up. When your forwards clunk early, it really gets things up and going. I just fall back to the point that Melbourne have been the best team all year. I love the improvement. You know, we all know both teams have got stars, but for me, it's it's your Harms, it's your Jacksons, it's your Langdons, young Jake Bowie, Alex Nilbullen. It's those players that actually they're lifting what gets your team to the next level. We all know your stars are going to be great players anyway, and I just think for Melbourne, for me, they're B grade's an insult to them. They're better than B grades, but their second tier players, I think, have just been fantastic this year. So I'm going with that. I'm going Petrarca for the Norm Smith, and I think we're going to have a cracking game.
What's your margin?
With a 15-point margin.
15. I'm going to go for Melbourne by 11. I think, given his clearance abilities and what he's done this season, I'm going to go for Clayton Oliver as the man to pick up the Norm Smith medal. Jacob?
Melbourne for me, Glenn. I think a 22-point margin for the D's. History will be made tonight. tonight, and it'll be a great game. Melbourne by 22 and Petrarca for me too.
Okay, so Petrarca's got 2 votes already. Bailey Smith, and also we've got Clayton Oliver. Both teams are forming up now here on the broadcast wing for the last formalities, the acknowledgement to country and the national anthem, before we have the toss of the coin, and then the 2021 AFL decider, courtesy of our program sponsor Bendigo Bank. You listen to the National Indigenous Radio Service right the way around Australia, as we'll take a break in our coverage and head down to ground level for the pre-game formalities ahead of the toss of the coin.
Final destination here today. Please join us in welcoming Premiership Cup Ambassador Glenn Jakovic.
Jakovic hops off the back of the vehicle that is driven in 1/4 of the way around. Gary Lyon and Chris Grant, former captains of these two proud clubs. Between them, they hold the trophy, which will be handed to the winning team aloft in about 2.5 hours' time.
And now everyone, to ask you all to rise, move your caps, and join with Amy Manford as she performs the Australian National Anthem.
Only the toss of the coin to remain ahead of the 2021 season decider here at Optus Stadium. You're listening to the National Indigenous Radio Service around the country, courtesy of our program sponsor, Bendigo Bank. Both teams have gone to opposite ends of the ground. The respective skippers, Mark Bontempelli and Max Gawn, will very shortly be drawn into the centre square. In fact, Big Max Gawn is heading in that direction now, having broken away from his teammates at the Swan River end. Marcus Bontempelli has just entered the centre square as well. It's a picture postcard evening here in Perth. The sun is still around about 50 minutes from setting, but Marcus Bontempelli arrives in the middle, the centre circle. Max Gawn now breaks into a little trot and is about to go in there as well. An historic night in the history of the AFL for the second consecutive year. The premiership will not be decided at the sport's greatest coliseum. Last year it was the Gabba. This year it is in Perth at Optus Stadium, and first blood has gone the way of Max Gawn, has won the toss, and he has pointed Melbourne towards the eastern end of Optus Stadium. Ash, you've played in a premiership with the AFL. Both these teams are going into a huddle now. Do you remember anything that was said by your captain after the toss of the coin, or is your mind just somewhere else?
Your mind's... You can remember the job at hand, but if you just listen to that after the national anthem, it doesn't matter what you're doing. It brings chills to your spine. So right now, you know you've got 2 hours before you're either a bridesmaid or a premiership player. So you just know what the coaches have said, what the captain has said before you've gone out to your position. So the next probably minute and a half is probably the most nervous and exciting time you would ever have as an AFL footballer.
One area, Damien, that unfortunately in both encounters between Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs this year, Melbourne have been very dominant in contested possession, plus 18 and plus 23 in the home and away season. The Bulldogs need to be mindful of that Melbourne are an incredibly good contested ball team.
Oh, they're terrific, and I was looking through that pre-game, Glenn, and that both the games have actually been a mirror of each other, haven't they? Were they about a 3-goal margin in both games? One went one way, one went to the other. So trying to come up with one reason why this should swing. They are even teams. Bulldogs obviously had a bit of a slip up the last 3 games of the minor round. They have travelled all Australia to get here, but they've had the 2 weeks break. It doesn't matter how you throw the coins up here, you keep on coming back down with the same answer. This should be a great grand final. You can argue both teams equally.
Melbourne looking to win their first flag in 57 years. The Bulldogs, after that massive drought to 2016, looking to win their second in half a decade. The crowd is energised. The ball is about to be bounced. Jacob Lansmere to get us underway for our program sponsor, Bendigo Bank.
The AFL Grand Final, a grand final unlike any other. Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs in Perth at Optus Stadium. It's a perfect bounce from umpire Stevitt. Neither ruckman really got a telling hand on the ball. Bodies clashing in. McRae went to ground early. Oliver dragged to ground and is holding the ball. So the Demons giving up the early free kick. Oliver unable to dispose of the ball in the heart of the ground, and it'll be the Bulldogs through Liberatore to go forward first.
Isn't that could be a telling moment? They wanted to be physical early, and Liberatore, that's his specialty, so a bit of a telling moment in this grand final, even being this early.
Tom Liberatore kicks the Bulldogs towards left half forward. Juggled mark, not quite. Norton in the air, spilled to ground and kicked out a defensive 50 for Melbourne by Petrarca, but back goes Daniel and marks the ball for the Bulldogs just forward of the southern wing. A little undecided as to what to do. He veers off the mark, gets away from Harms, and will kick the Bulldogs inside 50. Back with courage, Oliver. Takes a terrific intercept mark for Melbourne. And the Demons able to relieve some early pressure. Across the ground they go. Numbers peel to the broadcast side with Bowie, who marks for Melbourne and will clear defensive 50, looking for McDonald, who's on the burst defensive side of the wing. The ball pitches in front of him. He gathers, but he's in turn gathered by Cordy. The ball is out of bounds just forward of the broadcast wing position, 75 metres from the goal that the Bulldogs are attacking. We've played a minute and a quarter on the program sponsor Bendigo scoreboard. We get to see a score in the 2021 AFL Grand Final.
Gawn and Martin, Gawn in front, palms the ball down. Opportunity at ground level for Brayshaw of Melbourne. Sweeps the hand pass to Oliver. Busy early from the defensive 50. His kick is knocked down though by Waitman. Bailey Smith gets it to Treloar. Back then towards Waitman. His hand pass to Bailey Smith. Gee, they're fiddling with the ball here. Neil Bullen gets the intercept off to Oliver, then to Petrarca. They're working it down the wing. McDonald ends up with it. The kick from Brayshaw. A steadying kick now towards centre half back and Bowie. Gee, they overpossessed the ball then, but it was ferocity from Melbourne on their half back line. Kick comes out towards Petrarca. Has he been spoiled front on? Contact. Free kick to Melbourne.
McRae been really hammered twice early in this game. I don't know if that's deliberate or not, but gee, they've been good tackles.
And you could say the same for Brayshaw. They've gone after him as well.
Kick inside 50 for the Demons. Long looking for Brown. Gone over it. Hand passes out. Neil Bullen's over the footy. They're deep in attacking 50. Flung out by Daniel for the Bulldogs to Cordy. And then Dale, whose kick is wide. He's kicked it out on the full. Looking for a short pass and looking for Keith. Instead missed the target. Alex Neil-Bullen has the ball. He's up against the boundary in the left forward pocket, 35 from goal.
Good try to goal, Neil-Bullen. He's within range here. He's going to kick from about, will it be it's going to be 40 metres, but there's no breeze here really to speak to at all. Always swelling in a stadium like this, I guess. But he is a very good chance from there.
He'll be looking for the left-hand goalpost from where we're looking at right now.
Turns side on Alex Neil-Bullen. Can he be the first goal scorer in the 2021 Grand Final? Quite touched right on the line. It was on target, but it didn't have the carry. Just tugging the ball across his body, going for the distance. So the first score is a minor on the program sponsor Bendigo Bank scoreboard. The Melbourne Demons, one behind, the Bulldogs yet to score.
Kick out of play. Brayshaw caught in front, couldn't take the mark. Ground level ball. McRae there for the Western Bulldogs. Off to Treloar by hand. Hand pass then awkwardly into the path of his skipper, Bontempelli. Taps it up to Bailey Smith. He is swamped, holding the ball. Free kick to Melbourne, just forward of left half back.
Another shot there on Brayshaw. He's looking a bit sore at the moment.
Oliver with the kick out wide. That is too wide. It's gone out of bounds on the full. That's a wasteful bit of footy there by Melbourne coming off high half back. So Dale to bring the ball back into play. Right half back. Broadcast side punches along the wing. Brayshaw getting a hand on it. Over the back though, Bailey Smith. Powerful kick to the 50. Awkward bounce there for the Bulldogs. Gathered by Martin. Gives to Hannon. Runs into a brick wall. The ball spills to Bowie. Gives it off to Lever across the body. Pack of four into the air. No one can mark. Gathered ground level by Oliver. Look away. Hand pass to Brayshaw for Melbourne. He punches it short. Marked by Bowie. He gets the hand pass away to May. Kicks down the edge of the centre square.
Neil-Bullen crashed into by Cordy in completing the mark. The umpire said all fair and love and war. Hand pass comes forward from Neil-Bullen to Oliver. Into the pocket where the Demons are lining up. And the mark's taken by Brown. Deep at left full forward. He was unmanned. Similar position to where we just saw Neil-Bullen have a shot, maybe slightly further infield, deep in the left forward pocket.
Now, he will go straight. I don't think he'll go the kick around the body. He's got his routine, obviously, where he comes in the long run up. We can't see him. Actually, he's disappeared behind the crowd here. He's gone that back, but a bit further inside, a bit closer. It's what he's paid to do. He's a full forward. Be practicing these ad nauseum during the week.
Damien, he can't go as far back as he normally would because he is up against the fence. Ben Brown for North Melbourne, key forward. He's moved to the Demons this year. That's not his greatest kick. Tucked it to the near side all the way. And the Demons have missed two opportunities early through Neil-Bullen and Brown. Two behinds on the program sponsor Bendigo Bank scoreboard. The Bulldogs yet to score. Bruising start to this grand final.
Caleb Daniel runs it out of the defensive goal square. The target is Rourke Smith. Doesn't let him down overhead beyond the defensive 50.
That is a superb kick. Not only did he have to get the accuracy right there, he had to drop it in between two Melbourne players. He is a extremely gifted player.
Rourke Smith high. He was looking for Stephen Martin, but coming across both Lever and also Petty, putting the ball out of play.
And just watching the boundary line for the Western Bulldogs, the property steward has run in and got the bag of boots. I was seeing the runner come off and screaming out, "I need a change."
Ruck contest, Gorm with strength and a right-hand punch goes about 20 metres on the bounce. Petrarca loses his footing, gathered by Bontempelli. Off by hand to the Bulldogs, Caleb Daniel across the body, but he's found Rivers all alone left wing for Melbourne. They can press forward again. They seem to have steadied quicker, even though they're more inexperienced in this level of footy. Kicks to half forward. Brown couldn't take the mark overhead. Ball ricochets off bodies. Opportunity for Treloar, defensive 50. Loops a hand pass over the top to Dunkley. He goes to ground. Pickett ends up with it. Short kick, marked low down by Petrarca. No, he plays on. Bombs it long. There's the opening goal of the grand final. Christian Petrarca from 50. Fed the ball beautifully, and they've made a great start on the Bendigo Bank program sponsor scoreboard. We're 7 minutes in. Melbourne 1-2, the Bulldogs yet to score. The Bulldogs are the team with the 9 premiership players, but they have not steadied.
Well, just watching then, there was a quick kick came out, and even just then coming through the middle, they were looking for that extra handball, but a lot of the Bulldogs forwards were a long way back inside 50, so it's a 60-metre kick. They need to come up and be that connected point, and that's what the Melbourne boys are doing pretty well.
I can tell you what, I'm feeling very comfortable very early this match about my tip for Petrarca as a norm. So that is a terrific goal. That was a play on, under pressure, didn't settle at all, and has just slammed that from 45 metres with a bit of traffic around him. And the other factor in this game so far is we're 7 minutes in and Gawn has been significant. 3 or 4 stoppages that have been, he not only has won the tap, but he's won it decisively. And that's going to be an issue for the Bulldogs really early.
Demons by 8 points with the first 3 scoring shots of the game. Gawn the tap, but Martin gets the clearance for the Bulldogs. A hand pass to Dunkley, who skies to a pack of 6 deep. Brought to ground by English and bouncing up with the football, shrugging a tackle and snapping his Shaki for the quick response to where Waitman leaped high and then thudded into the goalpost. He's back to his feet, which is good news. He elevated high in the goal square. The ball went off hands and through for the Bulldogs' opening score. It was on target, but again, not quite the distance. Demons by 7, 8 minutes into the opening term.
Kick into play. Salem's marked very deep at left full back. 7-point advantage to Melbourne in the very early stages here. Along the boundary line he comes. English up, can't take the mark. Ground level ball, McRae. Comes back to Williams. He receives it from Dunkley deep inside 50. Salem off hands. Hand pass to Petty. Back to May at fullback. And the All-Australian fullback of the year puts it into the path of Sparrow. Tracking him towards the line is Dale, and he's done enough to be able to get between a couple of demons, and the ball has gone out of play, out of sight.
And that's just the thing the Bulldogs need to keep an eye on. Stephen May will sit in the goal square all day and ask for that switch to come out, so they just need to tighten up on him.
And straight away with that too, the Bulldogs haven't had that free run at the ball, which was inexplicable what Port Adelaide just gave their forwards a run at it. May's just too clever for that.
Ball just forward to the wing for the Bulldogs on the southern side. Viney strong over the footy, emerges with it, hand passes it for the Demons to the run of Langdon, who's taken a bounce. He's forward of the wing. He spots the run of Sparrow, who's breaking the right half forward. He marks, eyes the goal front, goes long and marks right on the goal line for the Demons by Bailey Fritsch. Superb kick from Sparrow. I'm not sure whether he was having the shot or he was indeed passing to Fritsch, who was breaking to the goal square, but the Demons will slot their second in a few moments' time.
Yeah, write this one down. He's actually kicking from the goal line. Hasn't he grown this year? Actually, like he has gone from a player to a key player within 12 months of footy, and he's a goal kicker for Melbourne. He's so important to him, and great for him to get his hands on the ball and a goal in the first quarter.
Yep. Bailey Fritsch, over 50 goals in season 2021, and that is one to remember. As simple as it was.
Just that one with Bailey Fritsch, he's actually, like you said, he's come a long way this year. I don't know if it's because of his haircut or... he every time you see him, he loves rubbing the hands through it, so he must want to have a set shot on goal because he wants to get the hair done. But one thing that Melbourne are doing, they're actually doing what I said before, is they're getting up the ground and trying to be the connectors and then coming back and getting the Bulldogs over top with their run back to goal.
You look at that so far. How many times in this, 10 minutes into the first quarter, what's it about their fourth mark inside 50? Fourth uncontested mark inside 50, and the Bulldogs have got to shut that down. They've got behind them too many times already.
Melbourne 2-2. The Bulldogs are solitary behind. 10.5 minutes travelled for program sponsor Bendigo Bank. English has gone into the ruck, and he's up against Jetson. So the 2 second stringers, without being unkind, are in the middle. They meet it as one, perhaps give it to English. Ground level ball, Viney dispossessed. Opportunity for Traka. His hand pass awkwardly back to the big ruckman. Jackson along the ground. Oliver is there. Quick hand pass for Melbourne to Salem. On in turn to Bowie. Hand passes to Petrarca. Spills it. Desperation over the ball there by Dunkley from his stomach almost. Shovels it out to English. English tumbles it end over end towards half forward. Well done in there by Joe Hannison. Gets it over his head. Norton, not great delivery up forward for Shaki. Bailey Smith is there. His teammate goes to ground. Lever gathers for Melbourne. Kicks into the centre square. No one can take the mark. Hitting the ball hard ground level is Melbourne. Sparrow gets it across to Jackson. Then to Viney. Now on to Oliver, who kicks into oncoming traffic in Bailey Smith.
And well done by the Bulldogs to break it up. Liberatoria hand pass forward to Treloar, who's buried in a tackle by Jackson. Frantic passage. Both teams looking to mount forays forward. It's now a stoppage right in the heart of Optus Stadium.
Worrying signs in from Norton. Just had to lay that kick off. A simple 20-metre pass, and the nerves got him.
Just spotted Latham Vandermeer, the Bulldog sub, already warming up. Not sure if that's just a precaution. Ball ping-ponging around in the middle. Jackson was able to knock it forward. Viney breaks a tackle. Hand pass to Oliver. Throws it on his boot. Forward of the middle. Williams stands under it for the Dogs, but brought to ground by McDonald. Petrarca goes long to an open goal square. It's all on the bounce. It sits up. Taken off the footy was the deep forward there for the Demons in Fritsch. He fires on for another go against Wood. The Demons have the outnumber, but the ball's in dispute. Hunter flings it over his head for the Dogs. Got it away to Cordy. Bombs away to the boundary line. It pitches and bounces out. It's going to be deliberate, you feel? Yes.
Panic once again. from Cordy then. He had Wood. All he had to do was lay the handball off to Wood, but they are under siege at the moment, the Western Bulldogs.
So Salem for the Demons. He's at left half forward, 60 from goal. He puts it inside 50. Gawn's in the pack. Brought to the front to Daniel. Beautifully rode for the Dogs. Hand pass to Williams. He kicks out sideways. It's into open space again. The Demons will lead the race to the footy. It's gathered by Langdon, who has time to assess. He'll ship it inboard and find Rivers. The Demons going back into attack.
Melbourne doing all the attacking. That's not great delivery. Petrarca coming out on the lead. Player getting a hand in front for the Bulldogs, and then Daniel down the edge of the centre square. Members side, Salem, who's made a prominent start, marks. Here's Big Max. He marks on his chest, right on 50. Probably too far out for Max. He'll have to kick from about 53, but he's going to give himself a chance, it appears.
Sorry about that, Glenn. It's this is unbelievable. That's another uncontested, although only just inside the 50. Another uncontested mark for Melbourne inside the 50.
Fortnight ago, he kicked 5, a career-high 5 against Geelong in their demolition of the Cats in the preliminary final. 4 of them came in the third quarter. Here he is looking for his first. He cribs a few degrees and a couple of metres, gets to 53. Bombs it long, it's drifting right. It's a behind to the Melbourne skipper. They move along to 2-3-15. The Western Bulldogs are behind. 14 minutes into the opening quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
And the Bulldogs just need to use their spares coming through the middle.
Yeah,
they went for a long kick, they got cut off.
Daniel fires a kick down low. 40 metres from his defensive goal to Dunkley. Dishes back to Daniel, who kicks the Bulldogs to the southern halfback flank. Rourke Smith accepts the ball on his chest. Low kick and tumbling in the mark to Dale.
Looking a lot more confident this foray by the Bulldogs.
Dale spots a man along the boundary on the outer side. They're just massaging the ball along that boundary. Hand pass fed forward by Dunkley and eventually kicked inside to the top of the 50. No mark on the lead to Shaki, and the Demons on hand in defence. Defensive hand pass to Lever, sweeps it inboard to May, who fumbles, opens the door for Liberatore, lost his footing, hand pass went into the body of Hibberd, who sees it back out of bounds for the Demons. A boundary throw in, it's at left full forward for the Dogs. They're 45 metres from goal, and they trail by 14 points.
As you feel, the Dogs just need to settle, don't they? They just need that one goal to get a bit of belief going at the moment. They're fishing, and they're moving the ball forward a little bit better at the moment. They just need to get that first goal on the board.
Demons with the first two. Gawn directs it down. Spinning through, doing well. Sparrow's had a good start. He kicks the Demons into the middle. Fritsch creates a contest, rode by McDonald. Hand pass forward. Will it sit for Harms? Not really. He's able to hand pass away though. McDonald continues his move down the ground. He'll Bullen. His hand pass knocked down by Hunter. The spillage goes to Dale. He gives it by hand towards Bailey Smith, who kicks towards half forward. Waiting for it is Johannesson. And fellow East Fremantle product Trent Rivers got a hand on the footy and knocked it out of play. It's between wing and half forward at 65 metres from the Dogs' goal at right half forward. They trail by 14 points.
Still looking for their first goal. 16 minutes into the opening quarter here, the Western Bulldogs. English in the ruck, opposed to Gawn. Gawn in front, palms it with the left hand. Shunted off the ball is Dunkley, soccering it along the boundary line. He was lucky, in fact, in the end. Viney, in fact, it did come off his boot the second attempt, and it just slid about a metre over the line on the full. So Bailey Smith to bring the ball back into play from right in front of the two dugouts. They're kicking to the river end in the opening quarter here, the Western Bulldogs. Smith sets it up to the attacking 50. Gawn is down there in front. English brings it to the front. McRae there. Hand passes to the Bulldogs. Liberatore. Stand start inside 50. Crashing the pack down there is Rourke Smith. Didn't mark it. Landed on his feet and Grubbers at home from 15 metres out. Inspirational opening goal for the Bulldogs by Rourke Smith. They move to 1-1-7. Melbourne 2-3-15. 16 minutes into the opening term of the grand final for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
May in a bit of trouble down there, Ash.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like that Melbourne just had their setup perfect in the back line there. And it took, who was it, Rourke Smith. He actually just charged at the contest and actually did what I'd hope that the Bulldogs ruckman would do, was just drive their knee into a defender. And he's done that, and it caused a contest, and he was able to butter up himself, and it was actually a very good goal under the circumstances that he was in.
Just watching that replay, Ash, that's a terrific goal. He's forced the contest exactly as you described there. He's plucked the ball out of in between three. So he flew, made the contest, plucked the ball out of in between three Melbourne defenders, ran in a open goal and made it look really, really easy. Yep. Good on you, young man. That was terrific football.
Could be a team lifter for the Western Bulldogs. Martin wins the tap in the middle. Storming through is Petrarca, trying to control the bouncing ball. Tackled by McRae. Here comes Liberatore to make sure he goes no further as well. spilt out towards the southern wing, just forward of it for the Demons. 8-point lead. Melbourne with the first two. Rourke Smith kicking that last major. Tap clean from Gawn down to Viney. Bounces a kick to half forward, trying to tap it down to Spargo was Jackson. Spargo able to retrieve for Melbourne. Hand pass to Langdon. Skies his kick to the hot spot. They need a leaper, Melbourne. Duray, it was stolen from his grasp by his teammate in Williams for the Bulldogs. Low kick. Wasn't a great one, but knocked forward by Rourke Smith and taken high was Dunkley. Went in low and cops a hard hit for his troubles. Pickett, the offending player. So 40 metres out from his defensive goal, goes sideways, lateral kick, and Daniel, who's had plenty of the ball, spots the dual premiership hawk in Duray, who goes long to the outer side. In the pack is Bontempelli and Gawn, and the free kick will go to the Bulldogs ruckman in the end. It's going to go to Martin.
They've got a very good mismatch down the forward line. If they kick it on the ground, Johannesson against May, I'd back Johannesson any day.
Stephen Martin started his career at the Demons. High kick inside 50. Lever charges to the contest. He was held. Wins a free kick for the Demons. So the umpire's paying a few early frees. Melbourne by 8 points for program sponsor Bendigo Bank. Lever. High kick forward of the southern wing. Knocked to ground by Brown, and doing the roving is Gawn, but he's got no one within 60 metres of goal. It's a foot race. It pitches and bounces in front of Williams. Pickett was stalking him, but well done by the Bulldogs defender. Tapped it to Dale, and then around one and chipping it in short. Oh, shocking kick from Williams, and this is going to hurt. Hand pass from Jackson to Spargo, who dribbles it through. Demons get their third, and that was a poor turnover from the Bulldogs. Melbourne out to a 14-point lead in the 20th minute of this opening quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
Pickett's goal?
Yeah, Spargo's going to get the stat for kicking the goal, but when the ball went inside 50, I was about to say trouble there because Cozzy Pickett, he had the speed, and just to put the Bulldogs defenders under a little bit of pressure, just knowing that he's there. A bit like Sirioli.
Yeah.
They know he's around, so it makes them rush their kick.
You're right, because he was 25 metres clear, 2-on-1, and they just looked nervous. As soon as the ball went down there with Pickett coming, they both just looked nervous.
But even then, if you had looked onto the open side, they had three players out here waiting for the switch, but just that pressure made them have to kick the ball pretty quick.
Charlie Spargo, one of 10 Demons to have played every game this season, getting their third and restoring that 14-point advantage as we hit time on here in the opening quarter. Jackson up high, wins it down. From his knees, though, or from his back, was hand passed over the head by Martin. Gets it back to Harms, who kicks forward. Crashing in there was Gawn. He couldn't take it, though. Caleb Daniel, the spillage. Short to McRae. Short to Johannesson, who wants to slow things down on the broadcast wing for the Bulldogs. He chips it about 15 metres to McRae.
I wonder what those early tackles have done. You haven't called McRae a lot for a guy who just accumulates touches.
Arcs inboard, pulls the kick back towards the boundary line. Petrarca in front, can't take the mark. Bontempelli for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Bailey Smith, launches high towards right full forward, bounces off the chest of Lever. Hannon is there, bounces the hand pass to the big fella English, who hits the far goal post. From about 30 metres out, has thumped it into the left goal post. Western Bulldogs 1-2-8. Melbourne 3-3-21. 21 minutes travel for program sponsor Bendigo Bank in the opening quarter.
Good news is Stephen Mace recovered from that knee to the ribs a little bit earlier in the term. Kicks Melbourne high and long towards the broadcast wing. Gawn and Jackson there for Melbourne. Brings the ball to the ground. Well done, Petrarca, strong in tight. Hand pass to Neil Bullen. He was tackled but got it away. Jackson over his shoulder. A hand pass forward for the Demons. They just will it forward. Fritsch feeds it towards Harms, who charges through the contest. Hand pass to Pickett. Well done, Johannesson. Charged across and blocked his hand pass just as Melbourne looked like they were goalward. Away they go, the Dogs now from defensive 50. Hand pass from Dunkley. He got it from Duray. His kick has too much on it. Into the middle. Turnover. Melbourne back to centre half forward through Bowie. The mark to Harms and leading inside 50. Waiting for the footy was Fritsch. Dropping the mark. Williams recovering. Fritsch kicks a goal. Well, that was again a comedy of errors. Fritsch has two. Drop mark from Williams when he had front position. Attacked the footy. And Bailey Fritsch, an early impact in this grand final, has two majors, and the Demons' lead is 19 points.
Once again, that nervous kick out of defence, wasn't it? They just missed the 20-metre pass over the top, and all of a sudden, with all the Bulldogs heading towards home, and it was just turned around in front of their eyes, and Melbourne just had too many options.
And that's the thing with the Bulldogs at the moment. They can't let the scoreboard dictate how they play. That was just a rush kick. If they had done what they've normally done over the course of the season, they would have been able to find out that spare target that was out here on the far wing.
Credit to Melbourne. Melbourne are putting panic.
Yep.
The goal before from Pickett. Once again, as soon as there was a turnover, Melbourne have just got Western Bulldogs panicking and almost perceived pressure, which is it's a compliment to Melbourne, really.
Jackson up against Martin in the middle. Martin, I should say, just lifted his leg. Jackson pulled off the footy. Liberatore gathers it. High left footer to 50 for the Bulldogs. Fist coming from May. Ground level ball then. Comes down towards Hibbert. Gives it off to Oliver. In fact, Bowie, who goes short and finds the helmeted Brayshaw. He goes short. This is Oliver. Back towards the centre square. Harms drops the mark. Oh, the umpire's paid it.
Did he pay too high then?
No, he actually signalled mark. That was an early decision. Short kick. Neil Bullen feeds it off towards Salem, running along the boundary line. Goes looking for Brown. In front of him, dropping the mark. His Melbourne teammate McDonald. Cordy is there. Gets a quick hand pass away. The clearing kick coming out from Martin, and a free kick is going to go to Salem.
He's been good, hasn't he? Early Salem.
Yeah.
He's intercepted on numerous occasions.
Giving him some good run. He's the man on the mark's about 65 out. Bulldogs have had plenty of time to get back in defence. Have they filled all the holes? He goes looking for Petrarca. Should have marked it after he got rid of a smaller opponent in Caleb Daniel. Did the hard work. Ball through his grasp, and it's gone out of play. Just inside 50 at left full forward for the D's. They lead by 19 points, 24 minutes in.
Almost like that was a set play there to actually put the ball above Daniel's head, get a one-on-one with such a short defender.
Demons doing a lot of the attacking. Slap forward by Martin. Ball in transit. Picked up by Petrarca. Throws it on his boot. It drifts across the face of goal into the right forward pocket. Track it back, McDonald and his opponent in Cordy, who held his spot over Ryan Gardner with Alex Keith's return. And a boundary throw in deep in Melbourne's attacking 50.
Clayton Oliver up to 12 touches already in the first term.
19-point lead to Melbourne. 4 of the game's first 5 goals. In front, trying to almost take clean possession was Brown. Threw himself forward looking for a free and didn't get it. Kicked out of defensive 50 by Dunkley of the Dogs. Gathering the ball and in turn being tackled was Bowie, but he got a hand pass away. Stepping out of a tackle, Lever. Kicks Melbourne back inside 50 looking for Brown. Able to bring it to the front. Martin fumbling over it for the Bulldogs. Spargo brought to ground by Wood. And that's a baller just outside the goal square for the Demons.
Good decision by the umpire there. I think the Dogs would have been very nervous about that tackle, but he did dive with the ball and go to ground with the ball.
Melbourne by 19 points on the AFL Indigenous broadcast. First quarter of the AFL Grand Final. Spargo applies a tackle, but wriggling free is Daniel. His kick went out sideways all of 5 metres. Bontempelli copped a hit, but knocked it out to his teammate in McRae. Kicks the Bulldogs to half-back. Leaping early was Waitman. It bounces away from all and sundry and goes out of play. Cody Waitman had an early interaction with the goalpost that he was perhaps not expecting. Thundered into that nice and early. It's a Melbourne lead of 19 points. 26 minutes into the opening quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
Boundary throw in out of side. Jackson uses the body on Martin, wins it down. Petrarca, though, gang tackled immediately, got the ball. Held up by both Hannon and Bontempelli, and Melbourne can't press forward. Again, Martin and Jackson. Martin wins it down, taken ground level by Dunkley, gives it across to Martin, but then his hand pass intercepted by Petrarca, long to full forward, big leap, McDonald, off hands, Brown, snaps and misses. Snaps and misses across the body to the right from about 25 metres out. Melbourne 8 scoring shots to 3. 4-4-28 to 1-2-8, 26 minutes into the opening quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
Brown's second chance in the first quarter.
Confidence player, the former Roo. Low kick from Daniel. Didn't do his teammate sliding in any favours in Dale, who then coughed it up with a hand pass. Petrarca's kick, though, smothered. The ricochet, it goes off bodies. It came off the boot of Petrarca, dribbled out of play inadvertently. Boundary throw in at right half forward for Melbourne. They're attacking the Graham Farmer freeway end.
Bulldogs just need to, I reckon, for the next 5 minutes, maybe just go for the easy targets. They're just trying to bite off too much.
Boundary throw in on the paint of 50, right half forward for Melbourne, but well done by McRae. Hand pass to Dunkley and then off to the skipper Bontempelli. Floats a kick into the middle, down low for May, who couldn't mark and overran the footy. Hand pass comes out from Waitman, it came originally from English, and kicked deep inside 50 by Shaki. Holding front position, Hibbard did well, able to knock it in front, shins it off the ground. Melbourne have numbers and they pick up through Lever, about to be run down but got his kick away. Kicks it out sideways towards the boundary, running into space is Spargo. loops a hand pass to Neil Bullen. Melbourne have all the momentum. Retreats with his hand pass and finds Brayshaw. His kick along the boundary, not good though. And the mark taken by the former Bulldogs skipper, premiership skipper in Eastonwood. He'll drive the Bulldogs forward. They trail 20 points at the 28-minute mark of the opening term.
Wood summing up his options, just roosted high to the attacking 50 at right half forward. Gawn is back with the flight, and Big Maxi takes the mark in front of the pack. He's a crowd favourite even here in Perth. So on the defensive 50 at left half back. English has come up proppy after that contest. He's a little bit ginger on his right angle. Gawn, not the most gainly of kicking styles. Jackson in front, can't take the mark for Melbourne. Ground level ball, the hand pass comes out to Hunter. Did he go out of play after he received it from Dale? He did. The ball didn't. Now he's going to get pinged. Advantage. Jackson on the bounce up towards Petrarca. On the boundary line. Wriggles out of a tackle. Gets around. Throws it on the right boot. Langdon trying to work his way in front. Gets it off hands on the bounce. Gathers. Pulls it back from about 20 metres out and has nearly missed everything from deep at right full forward. It's gone through for a behind. Melbourne 4-5-29, a 21-point advantage. The Doggies are 1-2-8, 28 and a half into the opening term.
They dodged a bullet there. 2 or 3 occasions in that last 10 seconds of play. Like Melbourne were going to get an easy goal run in, but good effort by the Doggies.
Dale, beyond the defensive 50. Brayshaw well poised. It was touched off the boot. The players didn't realise. Brayshaw able to hand pass forward, but only as far as Liberatore. Stepping up would-be tackler is McRae. Pulls his kick to the broadcast wing, where English has recovered and marks. He's got a runner alongside towards the boundary in Hunter. He's gone towards the boundary with a floater, but it works in the end. Mark taken in the hands by Norton. He's at high right half forward. Wheels onto his left boot and drives a kick towards the goal mouth. In front was Hibbard, crashing from behind. The ball spills towards Hannon, the former Demon. His snap is well off target. It bounces into the left forward pocket, finds grass and goes out of play. So the Bulldogs a chance to lock it in their forward 50. Melbourne are 4-5-29. The Bulldogs are 1-2-8. 30-minute mark of the opening quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
Should have gone to the corridor. Bailey Smith was all alone at centre half forward, and they swung the ball out towards the flank, and now it's gone out of play deep at left full forward. English nudges Gawn under the footy, over the back. Salem lays a very strong tackle for the Demons. The umpire's stalking. He's going to ping him. There wasn't a lot of prior opportunity, but Zane Bontempelli made no effort. So Salem has the free kick at right full back for the D's. He's been very prominent in this opening term. He goes out wide looking for his captain, Max Gawn. Good grab in front of English. He can put Melbourne into their attacking half from half back. Named the All-Australian captain not that long ago for 2021. He goes down the outer wing. Jackson the target. Forced to spoil from behind. It comes to Liberatore. The hand pass to Hannon. And as he kicks the Bulldogs inside 50, it's quarter time in the 2021 decider. And a terrific start by the Demons. 9 scoring shots to 3 in that opening quarter. And it adds up to a 21-point advantage. Melbourne are 4-5-29. The Bulldogs are 1-2-8. And the Bulldogs' only goal, courtesy of Rourke Smith, came at the 16-minute mark of that term. Melbourne steadied a lot quicker. They got goals, 2 of them inside 10 minutes. In the end, 2 to Fritsch and singles to Petrarca and Spargo. So Melbourne, looking for their first premiership since 1964, have made a barnstorming start. They're 4-5-29. The Bulldogs 1-2-8. The Demons by 21 at quarter time. Back with more in a moment at Optus Stadium.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate, complete offset on fixed and variable loans, and a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Program sponsor.
Finding information about disability services
shouldn't be hard. That's why the new Disability Gateway has been launched.
It's a website and phone line that helps connect me,
and other people with a disability to trusted information and services.
It can help me to find out about employment, housing, day-to-day activities, transport and more.
Visit disabilitygateway.gov.au or call 1-800-643-787.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Program sponsor.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mark Winnertong, an Aboriginal Public Health Advisor. The COVID-19 vaccines are now available for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander adults 50 years and over. The vaccines have been strictly tested by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA. The vaccine will help protect you, your family and the community from getting seriously sick from COVID-19. You'll be given 2 doses a few weeks apart. To find out more, have a yarn with your local healthcare worker or your doctor, or visit health.gov.au.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Program sponsor.
You're tuned to the 2021 AFL Grand Final for AFL Indigenous Broadcasting. And tonight, it's the Western Bulldogs taking on Melbourne live from Whadjuk Land at Optus Stadium, Perth, with Glenn Mitchell, Jacob Lansmith, Ash McGrath and Damien Kitchke. Proudly brought to you by major program sponsor Bendigo Bank, broadcast throughout the nation by the National Indigenous Radio Service.
Both teams being addressed by their respective coaches at the moment. Melbourne off to a flyer in this 2021 Grand Final. They lead by 21 points, 4-5 to the Bulldogs, 1-2. Just to let you know, the medical subs for both teams, James Jordan, who filled that role for Melbourne in their win here in the preliminary final over Geelong, and whilst Latham Vandermeer was dropped out of the team, he is the medical sub, having missed out initially after the game where the Bulldogs thumped Port Adelaide. Damien Kitchke and also Ash McGrath with their thoughts here on the National Indigenous Radio Service at quarter time.
Going through a few of the larger possession winners, probably the thing that stands out for me, Ash, is that for Melbourne, Oliver is on 13, Petrarca 10, Salem, who's got a lot of those across the middle of the ground, 9. When you look at the Bulldogs, Dunkley defender 12, Daniel defender 12, and most of his touches have been deep defence. McRae started to rack them up, and like I said, he got hit quite took some really strong hits early in the game, so he's up to 10 as well. But wonderful to see young Bowie. What a story he is. Yeah. So 6th game of football, the 3 of them finals. Son of a St Kilda teammate of mine, so it must be hard for them not to be able to get over and see their son playing in a grand final, poor old Brett and Dee. But he's been terrific, and they could really take a page out of his book with his composure over the ball. When you compare his disposal for a 6-game player compared to Norton, on 2 or 3 occasions has had the ability to either get the 20-metre pass right that he's missed, attack a pack, and miss with Mays holding him out of the ball, and that last one coming down the grandstand wing when he should have centred the ball, he's kind of half panicked and gone to the square. So just the difference in the two teams. Now Norton's a good player, we know he's going to get back into the game, but for me that's the settle of the two sides.
Yeah, and I've just got written down here that Melbourne got out of the blocks early and hit the scoreboard pretty fast. Bulldogs can't take that as the game's out of reach now. They've still got 3 quarters, so it's only 3 goals. They need to get back to their game plan, which is coming out defence, using those shorts, overlap run. And, you know, we look at Melbourne, Cozzy Pickett, he might not have had too many touches, but he's the one down there that is putting the pressure on the Doggies defenders. So one move that, you know, if the game starts to get out of reach, I reckon that Luke Beveridge can look at is putting Johannesson back off half-back, because he's got the leg speed, he's got the smarts, and he's got the skills to be able to find out. The old Chris Johnson, where, you know, you could be looking over one side of the ground and you can hit a kick. And I reckon that's one thing they've got up their sleeve.
They have had him forward, Ash, and the couple of times they've come through, instead of coming forward and then just belting it out into the space, they've actually come forward and kicked it to him in a contest, and that's not his game. Why not give him some space? Because you don't understand Johansson when he's got 20 metres space to run into. Yeah,
and if he's on someone like Stephen May, put on the carpet, let him go to work.
We just had a quarter-time derby sprint. 4 players from Fremantle, 4 players from the Eagles running around the 50-metre arc down at the river end, and Josh Rotham won. The West Coast Eagle was able to streak the field. In fact, it was West Coast first, second and third. 4-5-29 Melbourne. We're about to head into the second quarter here, and the Western Bulldogs languishing on 1-2-8. The Demons up by 21. You're listening to the National Indigenous Radio Service. Glenn Mitchell, Jacob Lansmere, Damien Kitchke and Ash McGrath with you, courtesy of our program sponsor, Bendigo Bank.
Just the Bulldogs' 6th opening quarter loss for the season. Trailing at the first change, they've been the most dominant side in first stanzas. The Demons have jumped them in this grand final. Ball spills off the ruckman's palms towards Treloar, scragged to ground by Oliver. leading possession getter in that opening quarter, and doing the heavy lifting there in the middle.
I'd like to see Treloar starting to find some space and some use. Really hasn't had a lot of the ball yet.
Ball spills back towards Martin, who started this quarter in the ruck. Ball spills back to Daniel. Kicks the Bulldogs to centre half forward. Norton presents, but off his hands. He'll do the roving though. Hand pass towards Hunter. Didn't do him much favour, but he's able to collect and curl a kick back to the hot spot. Looking for English and also Hannon. Good ball comes, but it's still in a dangerous spot. Lever. Hurried hand pass straight to Treloar, who snaps a beauty. Adam Treloar. It's been a journey. Wasn't wanted by Collingwood, offloaded in the off-season, trying to avenge the pain of 2018 as a Magpie. He kicks the first goal of the second term as a Bulldog.
A couple of big moments in that, Ash. Treloar snap, fantastic. Norton's attack on the ball, one-handed, missed the handball. He's got to get himself into the game.
Well, that's the thing with the Bulldogs forward line. They've got enough weapons up there that it has to keep the Melbourne defenders, a bit like when they play against West Coast, got to keep their defenders one-on-one. And that's what they were able to do there and let their smalls go to work. And if I was in the midfield, I'd be screaming at Steph Martin, give us a contest in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Melbourne 4-5-29, the Bulldogs with the opening goal. Only a minute into the second quarter, 2-2-14. So the margin trimmed to 15 points in favour of the minor premier. Max Gawn to have a go in the ruck here, opposed to Stephen Martin. High, fair bounce, one down by Gawn. Lovely palm to Viney, who was taken high and recklessly by Bontempelli. Viney gets up, plays on by hands, surging off half-back, accepting the hand pass Salem. Goes to right half forward, separation and a mark. Dunkley allowed Jackson 2 metres there. And Luke Jackson's marked right on the 50-metre arc at right half forward.
Too easy for Gawn again at that centre bounce. He just palmed that straight down Viney's throat. No contest.
And it's not on that. Or whoever's playing on Christian Salem has to have watched the game last week or 2 weeks ago when he absolutely destroyed Gary Rowan coming off the half-back line. They've got to stay with him.
15-9 this season for Luke Jackson. Doesn't take the shot. Sets it up to 10 metres out. Pack into the air. Knocked down by Gawn. Going in there, Treloar. Taps the ball on the ground. It ends up with the fumbling Cordy. It ricochets out to Viney's hand pass. Knocked down. Comes to Oliver. Snaps on goal from 15 and pushes it left. And through for the minor score. So it's now 4-6-30 Melbourne. The Bulldogs 2-2-14. 3 minutes into the second term.
We talk about opportunities in grand finals. The Demons have missed a few. Dale ventures towards the broadcast side at half-back, and English takes a strong contested mark in front of Petty. Jim English. A few spectators still just making their way back to their seats for the start of this second quarter. Program sponsor Bendigo Bank. Long high kick forward to the broadcast wing. They all crash in. The spore came from Hibbert, beautifully rode by Petrarca. Chain of hand passes. Oliver involved to Viney, but no one deep inside 50. He kicked without looking, Viney, and racing back after it is Keith. It'll be his first possession if he can gather it. He does. It's set up accommodatingly for him, and he kicks well beyond the defensive 50. Long kick looking for Dunkley. Rivers the spoil, but Rourke Smith there. Hand pass to Dunkley. Pulls his kick back too far for Bailey Smith, but puts it in front of him. The racehorse able to gather and kick inside 50. May has to spoil Norton. Off hands it goes. Hannon tracks it into the left forward pocket. Slaps it away. He's got Hunter there in support. Does he have the shot? No. Central kick to the hot spot. Off hands. Ball in the air. Eventually spills towards Petty. Tackle that coughed it up. Treloar! It's your moment, Adam Treloar. He's got 2 in 4 minutes of this second quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank. Melbourne, their turn to look a little nervous at the back, and Adam Treloar injects himself into the game and reduces the margin to 10 points in favour of the Demons.
And that's just another one. Treloar's going to get marked down for the goal, but it was the 2 efforts from Norton where he had to go back and just get a hand up and cause that contest where it's gone out to Hunter, and he's been able to kick it back in, and just here he gets a slight hand in and the ball falls out. A bit of pressure. Treloar snaps it over.
Damien, you said Treloar needed to lift and get into the game. He has in 4 minutes.
Well, he's too good a player not to. Let's face it, he's a star of our game. And I love the way they flicked that ball out to Hunter and then all just double back straight to goal. They banked on the fact that Hunter was going to get the ball, and even though the Melbourne defenders were still getting sucked towards him, none of the Bulldogs defenders, they had confidence in their teammate to say he's going to mop this up, and they just bolted goalward and made the contest deep.
Bontempelli gets it off by hand from the stoppage to Treloar. Back to Bontempelli. Spears it inside 50. Can't take a grab. Norton there. Can he do it for Law? Yes, he can. 3 snaps with right foot shots from dead in front in the first 5 minutes of this second term, and the Bulldogs have ignited the game. They're now 4-2-26. Melbourne are 4-6-30. The margin 4 points 5 minutes in.
And that goal goes back to Steph Martin. He ran up and jumped into Max Gawn, created the contest, and it was a draw. And then the Bulldogs went to work, and that was Bontempelli's probably first real foray out the middle.
And if you were the Bulldog bench, you'd get the message out to Martin that Gawn took a heavy knock here only about 3 or 4 minutes ago, and you'd say, this is your time. Stefan, this is your time. There's 10 minutes of football, 10, 15 minutes of football. You've got to have a physical presence in that centre square because, and it's great to see a player like Norton have an effect on the game after a relatively ordinary first quarter. He's been brilliant in the last few minutes of this game, and good on the young man.
The West Australian from Rockingham, Aaron Norton kicks a goal to remember in this grand final. Bounce in the middle, one down by Gawn, but straight to Liberatore, and he was pensive to jump. Max Gawn, Bontempelli's on the burst. He's running sideways, but he's taken 2 bounces. Kicks inside 50, bounces towards Norton again. He can't pick up cleanly this time, but Gawn left it behind. Johannesson for the Bulldogs towards Dunkley. Now Bailey Smith to put the Bulldogs in front, hits the post. Snap at goal from 25 metres. The crowd, and it's pro Bulldogs behind the goals at that end of the ground. It thudded into the woodwork. Minor score only. 3-point lead to the Demons. 4-6-30. The Bulldogs are 4-3-27. 7 minutes into the second quarter.
But they are coming. Rivers on the kick in. Goes short to the outer half-back flank and Neil Bullen. Melbourne's defence. It's their turn to be under siege. The ball flicked out very wide near the boundary line to Salem. Melbourne opting to go round the southern wing.
Even now, Gawn running around the square, rather than running. He's got a massive motor, rather than running wide and being an option.
Cordy outmarked by Jackson, too tall on the outer wing. Runs inboard. Measures his kick up towards centre half forward. The mark has been taken by Brown. Dead in front, so a chance here for Melbourne to get a steadier. They've only added a behind in the first 8 minutes of this second quarter. At the other end, the Bulldogs have kicked 3-1 to narrow their deficit to just 3 points. And again, Ben Brown. Most people would be out of breath by the time they get to where he's going to kick the ball. He runs in so far. He had 2 shots for 2 behinds in the opening term. Melbourne need this. He crosses 50, gets to 45, sends it on its way to the river end, and the wait was worth it. Melbourne 5-6-36. The Bulldogs 4-3-27. 8 minutes expired for program sponsor Bendigo Bank in the second term.
Gee, Ash, we've got a game in our hands. This is just terrific football. But I haven't seen Luke Jackson live this year with, COVID being what it is. He is a serious talent, isn't he?
Yeah, I had a bit to do with him in the state 18s, and he was a kid that was very good overhead, but equally even better at ground level. So he's a dangerous prospect, and this is where now Steph Martin, when he's in the midfield and Gawn's not there, he needs to really take it.
Be honest, you made him what he is, Ash. Give me a little bit of time with him.
I used to take hangers and drive my knee to everyone, so there you go.
Interesting part about him is for a young player, up-and-coming player, physically, he's matched Stephen Martin in the middle. You would have thought that's where the Bulldogs are going to have a bit of an advantage, the size and experience of Stephen Martin. But physically, he's been as strong at the stoppages.
Yep.
Umpire Brett Roseberry restarts things. Jackson had to get around him to win the tap, and it spills Melbourne's way. Petrarca, Melbourne's turn at momentum. Gawn didn't mark it. Spills out towards the boundary line. Backtracking and curling a ball high is Keith. It'll be 15 metres. Courage required in the air. Rourke Smith dropped the mark though. Brayshaw's hand pass knocked down in transit. Well done by Rourke Smith to tap it to a teammate in Cordy. Kicks the Bulldogs back towards the broadcast wing. No low mark to Rivers, but he freed it to Petrarca, who will kick the Demons back towards full forward. Gawn's in the pack. Unable to get a run at it. Well done by Keith. Hand pass to Rourke Smith. Hurry kick again out of defensive 50. Spall comes from Martin on Petrarca. The Bulldogs ruckman hand passes forward. Petrarca goes crashing in to Dunkley, and it goes away from that pair and out of bounds at right half forward for the Demons.
Just watching Big Maxi Gawn in the goal square. He's actually looking quite sore, so just keep an eye on that one.
I reckon it was either a shin or an ankle in that pack.
Yep.
Yeah, he was on the ground for some time.
So Jackson's doing the ruck work here. 75 for Melbourne's goal. He wins it from behind, spills to the front, cracking in Brayshaw, hand pass straight up and down on the spot, tap forward by Bontempelli to Bailey Smith, but beautifully smothered by Rivers of Melbourne. Standing tackle applied on Brayshaw by Liberatore. The umpire waited a long time, Brett Rosebery, but eventually says he'll have it. Attacking point of the square at right half forward. Melbourne lead 5-6-36 to Bulldogs 4-3-27, but it's 3-1 in this second quarter.
From the ball up, clean possession. Martin slings a hand pass over his head on the logo on the wing. Rivers under pressure, hand passes to Brayshaw, puts Melbourne to 50 at right half forward. Great mark in front by Cordy. Melbourne can repel. Cordy sweeps a hand pass to the boundary line to his left. Daniel kicks them high towards the wing. In front, Martin can't take the mark. Ground level ball. Oliver comes in. Crunched to ground by Liberatore too high. Is there an advantage? They've gone on with it. And Harms has found a genuflecting Gawn at right full forward. Dropping to a knee, Big Maxi has marked it well within range. Reasonably tight angle, about 50 degrees off centre to right full forward.
We'll see how that leg is now. Tough kick for a right footer from that pocket, but no real breeze to speak of. Looking at the flags here, they have actually just stopped. They're on top of the stadium and they've stopped.
He's fallen in love with Perth and this stadium in the last fortnight, Max Gawn. The margin stands at 9 points. What can he take it to? He edges over the 50 metre. He's 8 metres in from the boundary, sends it on its way. It's not a bad effort, just narrow. The crowd started to rise, and so too did Max. The margin is 10 points, 5-7-37. The Bulldogs 4-3-27, 12 minutes into the second term for sponsor Bendigo Bank.
Max thought he kicked that, Ash.
I actually thought it went through.
Wrong side of the post, said the goal umpire. No review. Long kick from Daniel to the outer side, just drifting across and marking English. He goes for a run, but he didn't know what to do with it. Came to a halt and dished off by hand to Hunter. They use the outer wing, the Bulldogs. They're just starting to get their game going. Mark to Shaki is a long way up the ground with the ball on the outer wing. Flares it back with a short sideways ball to Daniel. Plenty of the ball for the 2016 Premiership player. They've just peeled back here, Melbourne, so the Bulldogs are going to go with some short sideways kicks for the moment. Wood gives it back to where it came, and Daniel can trot along the southern wing. Goes with some distance this time and penetration, and Shaki drifts across and takes a strong mark for the Bulldogs. Right half forward, he will kick into the pocket, putting it on the head of English, and arriving from the side, Bontempelli. Superb mark from the Western Bulldogs skipper. Was well protected from behind, but he drifted across the pack and marked it without a fumble deep in the right forward pocket. He'll kick from 25 metres.
Right side for a left footer, but on that occasion, the way they moved the ball down there, they thought their way through it. Yeah. Too many times the Bulldogs on half-back have almost played 1970s football, haven't they? They've just gone over the mark, donged it to a pack, and Melbourne have been able to retreat it, whereas that time they actually just held their nerve the entire length of the ground, and it was good football.
The mark of a champion. Is it a kick of a star? Marcus Bontempelli delivers for the Western Bulldogs. The margin for program sponsor Bendigo Bank is just 4 points. The Demons are 5-7-37. The Bulldogs are 5-3-33. We've played 14 minutes in this second quarter.
And just like you said, Bulldogs went back to their game plan where they're very good with their feet. They were able to just pick targets, but just Caleb Daniel, I reckon the first quarter he just tried to overbite what he could kick, and he even had a play on the boundary line where he could have gone short, but he went long, and I actually thought it was the wrong decision, but luckily big Timmy English floated back and took a mark, and very good mark by the captain and good finishing off goal, whereas we see the replay here. I reckon Maxi Gawn thought his one went through as well.
It was close.
English is now in the ruck opposed to Gawn.
Even that last passage there, when English took that mark and took him on,
yep.
He played on, and as you called it, he didn't know what he was going to do, but he was doing something.
Gawn slaps it out towards the outer side of the centre square. Oliver there for Melbourne. Hand pass to Petrarca onto the run of Langdon. Gets nudged as he kicks inside. 50 Brown arrives high, couldn't mark. Caleb Daniel gets it out towards Duray. The ball ricocheted off a body back to him. Fritsch pins him, and the umpire said he pinned him high.
Oh, that or holding the ball really.
Coming over the shoulder.
Yeah.
So Duray goes short towards Dale at right full back. So they dodge a bullet there. Dale, stand start, little poke along the boundary line. So they're trying to move the ball out of their defensive area here, the Bulldogs. McRae runs inboard, thumps it long towards the outer side, and in front, Bonampelli making his mark, has taken it on the outer side for his team. The skipper kicked the goal a moment ago, false start, now he plays on. Runs inboard, then kicks towards right half forward, up in front English, off hands. Max Gawn, if you don't mind roving. Hand passes to his Melbourne teammate in Sailor, along the boundary line to Bowie. Bowie, beautiful kick. No, wrong side of the line. Oliver has marked it over the chalk. Free kick on the outer wing to the Bullies.
It's Bontempelli who brings it inboard with a short sideways ball to Williams. Margin 4 points in favour of Melbourne. Bringing it even more inboard with the kick is Williams to Keith. And a switch of play applied. Marking on the Grand Final Toyota AFL logo is Daniel. He races forward to the mark, gets away from Fritsch and kicks the Dogs inside 50. Waitman against Salem, skips past that pairing. Flung forward by Hibbert of the Demons towards Sparrow, who didn't have the footy. Duray a hand pass towards Dunkley, and now Bailey Smith. The crowd out of their seats. A flower bag towards the hot spot. A tangle of bodies. Ball on the ground. Crashing in May. Now Gawn able to tie it up. It'll be a ball up directly in front of the Bulldogs' goal and only 20 metres out.
I think if Smith had his time again, he might have dished that off.
Yeah, I'm just watching Gawn and English very closely here in the forward 50. He's just trailing him by about 2 metres.
Liberatore.
Gawn is.
Yeah. Hand pass towards McRae. Lost it. Spills back towards Hunter, who's driven forward in a tackle high. Free kick to Lockie Hunter. Spargo, the offending player, again, a bit similar to like the other end of the ground. The umpire deemed that the tackle slipped over the shoulder.
Haven't been in front tonight, and they couldn't do it now. The Doggies at the 17-minute mark of the second.
Lockie Hunter, one of a number of father-sons in this Western Bulldogs team. He skips past the 50-metre arc and puts boot to ball. And for the first time tonight, the Western Bulldogs are in front. They've kicked 5 goals to 1 in this quarter of football, which has now gone just over 17 minutes. The Bulldogs are 6-3-39. The Demons are 5-7-37. We're here for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
He's a polished act, isn't he? Well, it never looked like missing. Was kicking him inside 50. He didn't have a lot more in it. He only just got it over the line. He's not a booming kick, and but very polished. And for me at the moment, Ash, the Gawn story is a big one for me. He stopped having an effect on the game the moment he went down in that marking contest.
And even now, he's actually walked. He'd be the last one getting into the stoppage to talk to his midfielders. So yeah. I reckon there might be something there, whether it's an ankle or a knee. But even blokes like Timmy English, he was just running in that last foray into the forward 50. He was about 2 metres off, and English could have taken an easy mark if he was able to get up early enough.
2-point margin now to the Bulldogs. They were down by 21 at quarter time. Bounce in the middle, one down by Gawn, leaping over the back of Martin Liberatore, tackled to ground by Harms, shinning the ball away in there is Viney. And was he taken? Was he tripped? Got the free kick, yep. So Viney has the ball, former skipper of Melbourne, in the centre square towards the outer edge.
But even now, 2 weeks ago, Gawn would have been taken off hard into the forward 50, whereas he hasn't even left the centre square.
Jack Viney sends it up high towards left full forward. The target is Petrarca. Got a good purchase, couldn't complete it. Neil Bullen gets the hand pass outside 50. They sweep it back in. Fritsch gets it off to a teammate in Rivers. Back to Fritsch. Wriggles out of a tackle, back into one. Daniel bounces a hand pass, hitting it hard. Neil Bullen swings, gets a hand pass deep. Petrarca gives it off to Fritsch. A fumble, breaks a tackle. Hand pass then intercepted. Straight to Liberatore from right full back. Kicks it high for the Bulldogs to the outer side. Brought down by Rourke Smith. Roving Harms tried to get it by hand to his Melbourne teammate in Salem, but he's taken out of play.
Yeah, you said it right there, Glenn. Fumble. That's where Melbourne are at the moment. They're just under pressure from the Bulldogs, and they've become real fumblers.
Caleb Daniel has had 20 disposals. We're at the 20-minute mark of the second quarter.
Can we change our Norm Smith vote? Or
not on Glenn's watch. Taken out of the ruck by Gawn. He got rid of Martin. Bombs it high, deep towards full forward. Jackson and McDonald the targets. It bounces off the chest of Keith, who saw off his opponent for the Dogs, but then opened the door. Tackle applied. It'll be a ball up 30 out from the Demons' goal, but Alex Keith kept his eye on it all the way, and then at the moment of opportunity, it hit his chest and bounced off. Still deep forward for Melbourne. One down by Martin, free to the ground, the Liberatore, relieving hand pass to Duray, and now Kicked away by McRae. A kick behind the play, though, is gone. The Melbourne skipper gets around Waitman. Hand passes to his outside, and Bowie fires a kick into the pocket. Rising is Petrarca. Created a contest, but didn't mark it. Spargo tackled. Brought to the ground in the left forward pocket. It'll be a ball up. 45 from the Demons' goal. 2 points is the Bulldogs' lead. Time on now, the second quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank. 5 of the last 6 goals of the game going the way of the Bulldogs. Tapped forward by Liberatore. Bailey Smith almost assaulted, thrown to the ground in a big tackle. Now cracking in his Sparrow, the ball spills away, and Harms has the last feel of it before he throws it to the boundary umpire.
A little bit of feeling there between Liberatore and Viney.
Who would have thought?
It's a couple of generations of that matchup. Thrown back in. Jackson in front, spills behind him though. Bailey Smith gives a hand pass to McRae. Stand start, high kick to the outer wing. Gawn underneath it, takes a good chest mark. Had the height advantage and knew that he was going to cop some punishment from behind, but Gawn marks and then retreats with his kick, put a bit of height into it, but this should open up the switch. Hibbert is able to flare it to the defensive point of the square, and Petty.
It was well done there by the Bulldogs.
Folded back well, so Petty from right half back. Long kick forward of the broadcast wing. Rising McDonald. No impact in this game yet. Fritsch fighting on at the ground. Tackled by Liberatore. Able to break free though. Hand pass into the body of Neil Bullen. Goes back in for another go, Fritsch. But Keith wrestles it away. No, in the end it's McDonald. Emerges for Melbourne. Hand pass to Rivers. Gives it off further by hand towards Brayshaw. He'll kick inside 50. Jackson's the hope. Has 2 against him. Ball came from Martin. And it goes over the boundary in the right forward pocket. Melbourne attacking the river end. It's the Bulldogs by 2 points. 22 minutes into the second quarter.
Sun has set in Perth. And the stadium now starting to look a little bit brighter, if you like, with the artificial lights taking over late in the day. One down by Jackson, palmed it straight down to a teammate, but unfortunately Spargo misses to the left. He's an incredible story, Charlie Spargo. He's a 4th generation VFL AFL player, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, but he's brought it back to a point difference. Bulldogs 6-3-39, Melbourne 5-8-38, 22 into the second.
His grandfather Glenn played for the Bulldogs. Bob also played football here for West Perth in the WAFL. Bulldogs mucking around with a bit from the kick in. Daniel, a hand pass towards Keith, and a turnover affected. Miss hand pass from Williams. A chance for Neil Bullen. Set side on an open goal square and doesn't get a good bounce. It bounces across the face and misses to the right. Scores are level in the 2021 AFL Grand Final. 23 minutes into the second quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank. The Demons 5-9-39. The Bulldogs are 6-3-39.
Caleb Daniel to restart with the Swan River at his back. 14 scoring shots to 9. Melbourne in the ascendancy there, but scores are locked at 39 apiece. Daniel comes out of the goal square, pulls it out wide, looking for English from behind. The fist of Gawn puts it out of play for the Demons.
Easton Wood looks like his finger or hand is giving him some grief, whether it's dislocated or busted thumb.
Boundary throw in. Gawn is there with Martin. They lock up. Gawn wins it down. Ground level. Hand passed out there by McRae. Daniel gets it off then to a teammate who bombs it high. Big pack into the air. Well done in there by the Demons, bringing it to ground. Bowie backs out without the footy. Petrarca doesn't. Hand passes Melbourne to Lever. 25-metre hand pass on the bounce. Skittles straight through the legs there of Viney. It's right on the boundary line. Bailey Smith gathers. Hand passes to the Bulldogs, Liberatore. High kick to the wing. Running back with the flight with courage. English couldn't mark off Hans Johannesson. Hand passes the Bullies out to Treloar. Bounces a kick to left half forward. Hannon pulled off it. Going in, Rivers gathers. Hand passes to Bowie, who falls over. He gives it though to May. To Brayshaw. Over his head to the voice of Bowie. Now along the boundary line by hand to Oliver. Kicks Melbourne towards right half forward. In front, English brings it down. Martin. Hand pass errant. Gathered by the dangerous Pickett for Melbourne. Kicks inside 50, but who to? Coming out and gathering on the bounces, Fitch straightens up, punches it low but poorly. Cordy is there and away go the Bullies.
And here's Johannesson. He streams through midfield. He's taken a bounce. Goes long towards centre-half forward. In front, May. And over to Mark from behind Norton. Thought he'd been paid it. The umpire didn't. Hand pass from Bontempelli misses McRae. Does he have space to gather it? No. He tries to tap it and keep it in. Now dives in over the top of Lever. Did he drag it in? Umpire Jacob Mollison, you have a decision to make. And in the end, the decision's made for him because it spilt out of bounds. Frantic passage, both teams with opportunities to move forward. We're still level.
Johansson had 2 spares coming through the middle of the ground there, but gee, it's a tough skill, isn't it, to run and bounce and have composure all in the one. Probably chose the third, which was the wrong option.
Shallow throw in. Martin won it down directly to Johannesson, but he didn't have any room to move. He was tackled immediately.
Just watching that replay, Eastonwood's arm isn't meant to bend that way.
Oh, okay. So, hyperextension.
And the sub's warming up now. So
Latham Vandermeer. Daniel, another possession, been dominant for the Bulldogs. To Liberatore, high inside 50. Lever charges to the contest, freed it to the ground for Melbourne. Hand pass from Brayshaw to Lever, off his knee, back into his hands. Hand pass to Oliver, high kick to the broadcast wing, and sitting under that high football and marking is Martin. Back late in the season from injury, the former Demon, a veteran of 199 games. Stephen Martin is going to give it to Caleb Daniel for yet another possession. He kicks the Bulldogs inside 50. English the target. Strong mark.
Got to pay that.
He's actually been awarded a free kick in the end, but yep, I'm with you. It was a terrific contested mark. And Tim English, young West Australian, hails from South Fremantle. He comes originally from Pingelly. It's a town a couple of hours out of Perth.
Don't you love it when you can see a big key forward with his name written all over the ball? Like a second before he took that, you know that was his mark. He's going to be kicking from outside 50. Haven't seen him kick a lot, actually.
He'll make
out of his range.
He's a very good kick for goal, this bloke.
Damien Kitchke, a former ruckman, no doubt, eyeing off a goal here for Tim English. He veers inboard and kicks into the man on the mark. Oh dear. Ball now with Petty. He's tackled and worked off it. Back to Daniel. He's trying to break through a 2-man tackle. He's not getting out of there. That wasn't a great advertisement for ruckman kicking for goal,
No, I would have said about Big Men, but he's sitting right alongside me and I'm not saying anything.
He's up you too. This could get ugly.
Ball one down by Jackson, but fed out by McRae. Bulldogs midfield starting the lift. Another possession for Daniel inside 50. Too much on it for the target in Waitman. Into the pocket. Good one-on-one battle between Bowie and Waitman. 2 young guns. And Waitman couldn't keep it in and weave some boundary line magic. A boundary throw in the right forward pocket for the Bulldogs. Level, 39 points apiece.
You'd have to say Bowie's got the best of that at the moment, wouldn't you, over Waitman? Bowie's been very good.
Boundary throw in, Gorner's there with English. They wrap up. English from behind wins it down towards the boundary line, gathering Bontempelli. Hand passes too slick for English. They get it quickly to Treloar. Treloar gets it out then to McRae. On in time to Johannesson. Pulls it to the top of the goal square. Going up, Gorn couldn't take the mark. Hacked forward off the ground, and the scores have been broken. At least it's Giray, I think, who's put it out to the right for a behind. So it's 40-39. The Bulldogs, can they take a lead into half-time? We're not far away. 28 minutes into the second.
Stephen May to bring the ball back into play. Got the big hit in the first quarter. Has recovered also from that hamstring injury last week. Sets his sights on the southern wing. Gorn from behind. Thwarts English. He went to ground in a bit of a heap. He's copped a couple of big hits. The big men have been big in the game. Damien Kitchke. And a ball up now out at half forward for the Dogs.
I can tell you what, big men on both sides are getting a bit sore. There's been very physical in those packs.
Gorn the tap, clean to ground. Trying to shrug a would-be tackler was Petrarca. He gets away from that tackle and kicks Melbourne high to the outer wing. Crowding a contest, Jackson. Running past the ball was Brown. His slap then went straight to Williams of the Bulldogs. His hand pass indiscriminate. Rourke Smith charges towards the footy. Kicks the Bulldogs towards half forward. A legal push from Max Gorn. Free kick goes to English.
Good timing by English. He just got himself off the ground right at the moment that counted, and probably wasn't there, but the umpire was prepared to give him the benefit of the doubt and give him that push in the back.
Bulldogs by a point. They're going forward again through English. Bontempelli puts himself in the right spot and comes up with another contested mark for the Dogs. He's at right full forward. He's 35 metres out. Slight angle. Marcus Bontempelli could come up with a big grand final moment if he kicks accurately here.
Easier than his last set shot, which he made put through with no trouble. How easy does he make a pack mark look, Ash? Like he's just, I know he's a lot taller than you think. You stand next to him and you're blown away how big he is. But once again, just another pack mark. He just makes it look so clean and easy.
The crowd will tell you the story. Marcus Bontempelli Class with a capital C. And the captain kicks another big goal. His team, who trailed at quarter time by 21 points, were late in this second quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank. It's now the Bulldogs who lead by 7 in the 2021 AFL Grand Final on the AFL Indigenous broadcast.
Well, it was actually a smart kick there by English because he noticed that Bontempelli was lined up against Viney, so he just needed to put it in the area and let the Bont do what he does. And he's, like you said, he's a big frame, big midfielder up against the smaller bloke in Viney. He's always going to have that reach advantage over him.
And if he has that ability to drift in from the side, like Melbourne can't let him get inside 50 and cannot give him a run into the pack, because if he drifts from the side with their key forwards are wrestling with the key defenders, he's going to take it every time. He's too good at act, and he doesn't miss that. He does everything you expect him to do and a bit more.
28-point turnaround since quarter time. Bulldogs up by 7 now, 31 minutes into the second term. Running onto the loose ball from the ball up is Viney. Tackled, dispossessed. Treloar for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to English. High across the body towards the outer wing. Salem and Johannesson, neither can mark. Attacking the ball ground level there is Rourke Smith inside 50. Great coverage, backing back. Not paid the mark, mate. Sockers it away under contested pressure. Going in there, Harms gives it off to Bowie. He's dispossessed. They work the ball out now towards Hunter. He received it from Norton. His left foot snap is gone to the right, but it will count. Beating the siren home. So the Bulldogs getting it behind right on the siren. And it ends a stellar quarter for them. They came into the second term trailing by 21 points. They go to the main break now, leading by 8. So that is a terrific second of quarter of football there by the Western Bulldogs. They're 7-5-47, playing the Demons 5-9-39. For the Bulldogs, 2 each to Treloar and Bontempelli. They set the quarter alight, those two, for the Bulldogs. Singles then to Hunter, Norton and Smith. Smith getting their only goal, Rourke Smith, of the opening term. Bailey Fritsch has 2 for Melbourne. Singles to Petrarca, Spargo and Brown. So a terrific second term there by the Bulldogs. They would have been a little bit uncertain at quarter time, having been jumped and facing a 21-point deficit, but they've been able to bounce back and take the lead to the tune of 8 points. They've had 12 scoring shots to Melbourne's 14, but it is the Bulldogs 7-5-47 to Melbourne 5-9-39. We'll take a break in a moment, but some very brief comments first of all from both Damien and Ash.
It's just interesting, just thinking what happened in the second half of that quarter. Now, Ash, you're a learned man, and you actually point out at one stage that what they need to do is to get Johannesson, get him in the back line, and we're saying how Salem had an effect. You think of the last 15 minutes of that game, Salem had no effect.
Yeah.
And your call was absolutely spot on. I don't know if they heard you, but that's what they did. They put him back on Salem, and it's take the credit, because we'll criticise you a lot on every other occasion, but that was a terrific piece of foresight.
Just watching then, you can always tell what a team's feeling or thinking at a half-time. Bulldogs all came in, they were all giving each other pats on the back, whereas Melbourne, I've written down here, maybe panic station, because there was hands going everywhere, pointing, fingers in the chest. Obviously they're not doing what they're meant to, but Bulldogs are on top at the moment.
Half-time here in the 2021 AFL Premiership, coming to you from Wajak Noongar land, Optus Stadium in Perth, and a terrific second quarter by the Bulldogs, arresting a 21-point quarter-time deficit to lead by 8 at half-time. They're readying the field of play at the moment. We're going to have a couple of numbers from Birds of Tokyo, but they're still getting all the staging ready. Both teams below us in the rooms at the moment. The Bulldogs have the momentum. We'll be back with more in a moment.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate, complete offset on fixed and variable loans, and a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Program sponsor.
G'day, Barry Denner here, and I want to tell you about Tonic Eyewear. Fishing is a huge part of my life, and not long ago I got my first pair of tonics, and I absolutely love them. The polarising and clarity is awesome. Plus, they are fantastic for driving and so comfortable they can be worn all day. So if you want the best sunnies available, then Tonic Eyewear is the way to go. They're available at any of the 50 Bright Eyes stores or at your local fishing and tackle store. To check out the range, jump onto toniceyewear.com.au.
Program sponsor.
Hey, all you mob, it's Dr. Mark Winnetong here. Coronavirus has certainly changed the way we live, work and connect. These changes can be hard for some of us and can make us feel no good in our head or spirit, like sad or worried all the time. Some of us might already be dealing with other things like sickness, trauma, and this can make it really hard for us to feel good about anything at the moment. If you're feeling like this, remember, it's okay to ask for help. Have a yarn to someone you trust, like your family or an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health worker. You can also call Beyond Blue, Lifeline, or the Kids Helpline to talk to someone, or look at some helpful information at headtohealth.gov.au on the internet.
Authorised by the Chief Medical Officer, Canberra.
Station sponsor.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mark Winnetong, an Aboriginal public health advisor.
Every weekday morning from 9 till 10 across the National Indigenous Radio Service and broadcast through 98.9 FM, it's Let's Talk. A First Nations current affairs show through the eyes and ears of First Nations peoples. Let's Talk, 9 till 10, weekday mornings, through NIRS and 98.9 FM.
You're tuned to the 2021 AFL Grand Final for AFL Indigenous Broadcasting. And tonight, it's the Western Bulldogs taking on Melbourne live from Whadjuk Land at Optus Stadium, Perth, with Glenn Mitchell, Jacob Lansmith, Ash McGrath and Damien Kitschke. Proudly brought to you by major program sponsor Bendigo Bank, broadcast throughout the nation by the National Indigenous Radio Service.
The half-time extravaganza is still being put together out in the middle of Optus Stadium. We've got some text messages. One of them's an interesting one. It's coming from the Rodriguez Tapas Bar on the Canary Islands. The Madrid Job mob. Tom, Glenn, Davo and Nat listening into the call. Tom and Glenn apparently like the Demons, while Davo and Nat are favouring the Doggies. Glenn likes Petrarca for the Norm Smith. May the best team win. So there you go. Tom, Glenn, Davo and Nat listening from the Canary Islands. Great quarter from the Demons, enjoying the call from Seymour in Victoria. Melbourne have settled the best. Don't know about that. That was sent a bit earlier from Oliver and Michael. And this is an interesting one. Dave, the former cabbie from Cairns, he sent two. Earlier in the game, enjoying your call of the grand final, go the D's. He's just sent another one. Well done to the Bulldogs on winning the 2021 AFL Grand Final. You've jumped off your team a little bit quick there, I reckon, Dave. No wonder you're a former cabbie. No one wants to hop in a vehicle with someone that negative. Come on, Dave. Your boys could still get up in the second quarter.
Dave's been sending us messages for years, and if he wasn't a long-time listener, we'd probably have a bit of a go at him. But because he's a regular with the show, we better let him go.
And so are the boys on the Canary Islands as well. They get in touch with us every now and then. The number, if you want to contact us, is, if you're overseas, +61. If you're not, 0458 723 563. 0458 723 563. Don't just get in touch, but let us know where you are listening around this, not just this great land of ours, but you may be listening overseas, like our quartet of Tom, Glenn, Davo and Nat. They're not too far away. The Birds of Tokyo. It won't be the best audio, though, for us to pick up. It's a great sight at the moment, though. They've obviously asked people to turn the lights on the back of their mobile phones, and I wouldn't mind betting that when the Birds of Tokyo get up shortly at various stages, this stadium will be plunged into darkness, which is something that they like doing here, saying on the big screen, please turn your phone lights on. And the patrons here in number, around 60,000, are doing just that.
Ash, you've got a bit of news on Pickett. You think that he may be
I was just
a bit of trouble?
I was just wondering what his stats were, just because...
2 touches for the night.
2 touches, but his first quarter he was there for the pressure acts. now he needs to get his hands on the ball and get some shots on goal.
It was probably one of the better one-possession quarters in that first quarter. Like, he really caused some panic. I'll just go through a few if you like. For the Bulldogs, Dunkley on 15. McRae's their number one on 18 touches. He really got into gear in that second quarter. Dunkley 15, Bontempelli 13. Bontempelli's been terrific. 2 goals to go with that 13. Same with Treloar. Treloar's got himself up into the teens now. It was 2 goals as well. But Caleb Daniel, apart from his, obviously he's got a few kickouts from goal, but 26 touches in a quarter of football. Now, I've known Caleb since he was about playing in under-8 footy. And, in under-8 footy, our biggest problem was no one else on the ground would get a kick, because he could only kick about 10 metres, he'd go and get himself. It was just ridiculous. So he is just a ball magnet. Going back through the Melbourne side, Petrarca has had 18 and a goal, and it has been very significant. Oliver 18, so they're just main stars of getting a bit of the ball. Max Gawn still got 14 touches, even though he drifted out of the game there, and he really fought back well, actually. He had some significant touches late in that quarter. 14 touches for him. Brayshaw 12, Christian Salem 13, who I thought dropped out as you put the mockers on him there, Ash. And Alex Neil-Bullen has also had 12 touches. But, gee, this is a good game of footy, Ash.
Yeah, it's a good game of footy. That's what at quarter time, when I said Bulldogs are up by that much, Melbourne are up by that much, Bulldogs couldn't go into their shell. They had to realise that, we've still got 3 quarters back. We can, get back 2 goals, even if Melbourne had scored 1, you're drawing that margin back. But I didn't see that quarter coming. They just actually, it was like they changed jumpers and actually went out. And Bontempelli, he's a bit like Dustin Martin. When his team needs him, he can go forward and just go up and take a good grab. But one thing that got the Bulldogs back into that game in that quarter was just their forward line. Norton was going up, causing the contest, and brought it to ground where Treloar was able to kick those 2 quick goals.
Tim English had an effect there late in that quarter, Ash.
Yeah, well, Timmy English, he's up against Lukey Jackson. Them 2 boys are actually very good mates. They would have played amongst each other a fair bit in juniors. And Timmy English, when I had him at the 18s, he was a bit like Luke Jackson. He was very. We didn't class those boys as ruckman, we classed them as midfielders. And there was a game against South Australia over there where he dominated. Even though we lost the game, Timmy English was a superstar that day.
Bailey Fritsch, I thought, was really significant early in the game. Haven't seen much of him perhaps in the last 15-20 minutes of the game. Like, he's such a dangerous forward. Be interested to see him in the third quarter, what the Bulldogs have done to quell him somewhat.
Well, what the Bulldogs have done, I reckon I've called for it since the start of the game. I said the ruckmen need to drive their knees into either Max Gawn or Luke Jackson, because that's how you know how you're going, is when your ruckman is the aggressor.
Well, traditions like the daytime afternoon grand final, but there is something special when you do have it at night, especially in a stadium like Optus Stadium, which has the true state-of-the-art stadium technology nowadays, and they've been able to erect the stages out in the middle, but the lighting around the ground is playing all sorts of tricks at the moment. So it is a spectacular view, and it's pretty spectacular at the moment. Damien, if you break for the Bulldogs.
Now, Glenn, I want to take you to task here. We walked in this box earlier on the night and they were setting up all the palaver out in the ground, and you gave me a bit of, really, the game is spectacular. Well, what is all this? We don't need all this. The game is
when it was daylight.
Rubbish, I think, were your words.
Well, they had fireworks. Yeah, and look at that. Fireworks going up in the air when it's dark. That's the way to do it. You don't have fireworks in the daytime. This is a spectacular stadium at the moment, and the Perth people have turned out. 180,000 people rushed to get 10,500 tickets, and they sold out in 9 minutes. Came in alongside me. He's actually going to get a photo for posterity. We'll be back in a moment with more of our coverage on the National Indigenous Radio Service. Glenn Mitchell, Jacob Lansmere, Damien Kitchke and Ash McGrath keeping you company tonight. Don't forget to keep sending in those text messages. We continue to get them. That number is 0458 723 563. Goose Thompson here. Damien Kitchke. As a Saints tragic hauling across WA tonight, finding you on the dial is a bloody good get. Do you stay in touch with Plugger, is the question.
Haven't spoken to Plugger, hasn't really been around the Saints past players much over the years, but all I can say is what a moment in life to have played with a great man.
And Bobby in Arundel Hill saying, boys, the Dogs love a scrap and Melbourne are playing into their hands. It's a great scene here, and we'll be back with more football in a moment. It's half-time here in the grand final of 2021, and the Bulldogs lead Melbourne by 8 points.
Finding information about disability services
shouldn't be hard. So when I need to find out about employment, housing, day-to-day activities, transport and more,
I use the new Disability Gateway. It's a website and phone line that helps connect my auntie,
my son, and other people with a disability to trusted information and services.
Visit disabilitygateway.gov.au or call 1-800-643-787 to help you find what you're looking for.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Program sponsor.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate, complete offset on fixed and variable loans, and a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Program sponsor.
You're tuned to the 2021 AFL Grand Final for AFL Indigenous Broadcasting. And tonight, it's the Western Bulldogs taking on Melbourne live from Whadjuk Land at Optus Stadium, Perth, with Glenn Mitchell, Jacob Landsmith, Ash McGrath and Damien Kitchke. Proudly brought to you by major program sponsor Bendigo Bank, broadcast throughout the nation by the National Indigenous Radio Service.
Yes, welcome back. The fireworks, in fact, the flames are going aloft down the outer wing here. The fans continuing to enjoy the halftime entertainment courtesy of Birds of Tokyo, and it is a spectacular sight, there's no doubt about that. I'll ask you first, Damien, if you're a coach, do you make any structural changes on either side? Do you try to do something that might throw the opposition off at halftime, and if so, what would you do?
Gee, that's a good question. Ash, what do you reckon?
Hospital hand pass.
It's such an even game. Yeah, I think you try and push on with what's worked for you just then. For the Bulldogs, it's English's effect on the game to match Gawn, I think. Smell the blood around Gawn. Really test him in the second half because he's so important. I think for Melbourne, you've got to get, as we spoke about, Salem back into the game. I think you do your best to keep Daniel's touches. I mean, 26 touches in a quarter of football. For me, Daniel in that quarter started getting touches a bit further down the ground. If you picture the first quarter, most of his touches were deep in his back pocket, spearing short passes. As soon as the Bulldogs had come good, Daniel's touches were the mop-up man through the middle. I think somehow you have to keep the pressure deep on the Bulldogs' defensive. You don't want him getting his, because he's such a wonderful kick, you don't want his touches further down the ground.
Yeah, like I said, his first quarter, I reckon he was biting off too much, and he was turning the ball over, and that's where Melbourne got their goals. Whereas now, Bulldogs have got the game back on their terms and want to play how they play. And he's that connector hitting up through the forward. But going back to your question, you know, with the game so close, you don't go away from what your game plan is, because obviously for Melbourne it worked in the first quarter, and you can't help that a team would have got a rev up at quarter time, they've come out a bit stronger. But because the game's so close, stick to your structure, stick to what you know, stick to your game plan, because once you do that, once you go away from that, it can create confusion and doubt in amongst the team.
Still, the entertainment from Birds of Tokyo continues to blare out. The fireworks are shooting up from ground level as well. There's a whole lot of kids out there with lightsabers almost performing in front of the big stage as well. This is the biggest stage in Australian football, the grand final, the decider. And for the second consecutive year, it's being played away from the sport's mightiest coliseum, the Melbourne Cricket Ground. You've got to feel, Damien, for both sets of fans, but for Melbourne in particular, the Melbourne Cricket Club and the MCG are synonymous with the Melbourne Football Club. It's where the sport was actually born. The first game was actually played on that block of land, and since then they've built a massive stadium. As we're getting some legitimate fireworks fired up in the air from beyond the grandstand on the southern wing. But not to be able to witness this tonight, a grand final in particular, if Melbourne get all the way to a premiership, must be pretty heartbreaking. But their team is still in with a chance, even though they gave up momentum in that second term.
For me, just on that issue, Glenn, I think that one thing this proves, and it's probably not the popular train of thought, and Ash, you played in premierships on the G. What's the best stadium in the country? The G. It's such an enigma in this country. But for me, what this proves is that surely Perth should know that in 10 years they're going to get another one. I'm dumbfounded the way it's just owned by Melbourne. Having been here and experienced it, most of the grand finals should be at the G. But there's got to be some hope that every 10 years, and stadiums get built towards that event, that in 10 years' time there's another one in Perth, because Perth deserve a grand final. And I couldn't... Does it feel like not a real grand final with this stadium and this crowd and the vibe around Perth in the last 2 days?
It feels like a grand final. Doesn't matter where you play. I look back at the NFL where it shops around every year. Unless you've got a stadium like this or the MCG, you shouldn't be allowed to hold it. But I've listened to the media this week. Damien Barrett's came out this week and said, look, he was here for the prelim, he was here for the Dreamtime at the G. And even some of the blokes in Melbourne are starting to come around saying, look, this stadium is state-of-the-art. And I was speaking to some of the Geelong boys after the prelim, and they actually said, out in the ground, even though the crowd was against them, it felt like there was 100,000 here.
Yeah, it's the technology here. It's called the halo roof, but the concave shape of it traps sound. So it does sound here like it's 80 or 90,000 in rather than 60. But we're looking at a change in the landscape. Adelaide Oval now is world class, one of the greatest facilities in the world, and we've got an Olympic Games coming to Brisbane and the Gabba in 2032, and there's going to be a massive redevelopment of the Gabba. I know that there is a contract, and when contracts are in place, both parties have to agree to make alterations to them. But from what we've seen in the last couple of years, it would be lovely if they said to the MCG, your contract now is to 2100. So rather than 2059, it's to 2100. But every second year, we may take it somewhere else, or even every third year. Because I think Brisbane, Perth, if you go to Adelaide, they'd be able to show that they could put on a show. Sydney, of course, they could do that equally as well also. But I just wonder, though, whether the contract situation will always be a stumbling block.
Well, Gil McLaughlin's come out this week and said that the Dreamtime at the G will do a rotation, because he's saying to have 2 Melbourne teams come here twice and we can sell the ground out, even though they're big games, proves that AFL is well and live here in
especially
WA.
the Dreamtime, because the Dreamtime, no one would have the percentage of Indigenous people as Western Australia, would I be?
Yeah, true.
So that's an assumption. I haven't got it in front of me.
No, that would be fact. That would be fact.
So, and that was fantastic here. But yeah, Australia owns the game, and I can't see why the G. Most of the games should be at the G, but Perth should know at some stage in the next decade they get a go.
Just quickly on that, when we used to play in the EJ Whitten games and we went to Adelaide to play, I actually said to the guys there, I said, if you bring that game to Perth, you'll nearly sell it out. And if you invite the right people, have the correct players playing in it, Perth will turn up to watch like a waffle grand final if it was appealing enough. So.
Well, the performers have left, but the smoke hasn't. There's still a lot of it hanging around after the fireworks. We're not too far away from the teams and the umpires making their way back into the middle of Optus Stadium. So we're about to get the second half. In fact, the ground clock still telling us we've got about 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go. The multiple goal scorers in the game, and interesting for the Bulldogs, Treloar and Bontempelli both scoring twice in that second quarter. Bailey Fritsch got 2 goals in the opening term for Melbourne. They could only add 1 in the second, courtesy of Big Ben Brown.
So half-time, Melbourne running back out onto the ground to mass cheers here. Damien and Ash, I'll ask you a question. Last year we saw a 25-minute half-time break, and I reckon this will be roughly around 25 as well once we restart. Geelong led by 3.5 goals in last year's grand final, and Richmond stormed home, and it seemed like Geelong lost the momentum they had after half-time because of the long half-time break. How significant could this break be for Melbourne and trying to get back into the game?
That's an interesting one. I mean, I suppose that the standard answer every time is the break's the same for both sides, so it's all fair. But you're right that with Geelong last year, Geelong just didn't get lost their way. They actually got run over completely. It's a mental toughness part of the game. Both teams have got to accept it. They know before the game even starts. I mean, where do you start and stop at that? You start at the 2-week break You start at the fact that the Bulldogs have travelled all over the country and Melbourne haven't. There's so many variables in the game. And Ash, you've won premierships. It's a mental toughness thing, isn't it? You can't leave those things up your sleeve. It wasn't fair because they had a break. And I'm still bleeding about the day that Fraser Garrick kicked his 100th goal. Yeah. And is that your year? Did you play in that one when Fraser Garrick? The next week, Port played Brisbane in that grand final when Port won, didn't they?
Yeah.
But St Kilda were flying. You go, there's a moment in time that stopped the game, and all of a sudden Port got back into the game. But it's a mental weakness.
Yeah.
It's the same for both teams. You've just got to win the game.
And the last thing you want to hear is when you're going in for half-time, players going, we've got this.
Yeah.
It's the old Lee Matthews adage, if there's less goals than minutes, you're a chance to win. So it's not until you get to the final quarter and you're up by more goals than time left in the game.
Well, certainly this game is a long way from being decided. 6 goals to the Western Bulldogs, 6 of the last 7, so they have been able to arrest what was a fairly parlous start and pedestrian start for them. They only kicked the 1 goal up until quarter time, but after that they hit the scoreboard at the 1, 4 and 6 minute marks, twice by Treloar and then by Aaron Norton, and that got them right back into the game. They trailed by 4 points at that stage. They got to the lead, they got back on level terms, but they have taken an 8-point lead into the half-time break. Both teams are back out on the ground. Even the umpires in the centre square are doing a warm-up ahead of the second half here. Listen to the National Indigenous Radio Service coverage of the 2021 Premiership decider in the AFL, coming to you from Optus Stadium in Perth. The smoke continues to make its way out of the ground, and we're now about 2 minutes 20 seconds away from a resumption.
What do you do if you're Simon Goodwin to try and quell Caleb Daniels' impact? I mean, you can't take the kicks off him out of fullback. They're going to be kicks that will count. But is there a defensive forward? Is there someone that they can send to Daniel to try and impact his ability on the game? Because as you both said, 26 disposals, Damien. He's had a big impact for the Bulldogs.
That's a hard one, isn't it? You just want him getting his touches in his defensive 50. Almost 2 cares touches down there, but that quarter he did get his touches further down the ground. And do you let him run around the back? I mean, he is good at running around the back because he's such a good deliverer. So it's a really good question. It's a very hard guy to shut down.
All you got to do, I look back on blokes like Chris Johnson, David Rapundu when I was playing forward, and Clayton Mira. Yeah. You just had to be goal side and pushing into him, not letting him run where he wanted to do. Once he done that, after about 5 or 6 times of him trying to run off and you're just sitting there roadblocking him, he'll lose that urge to run off. But then on the flip side, as soon as the ball turns over, you've got to get dangerous, whether it'll be a hit up through the middle where you get it, turn and go and kick it into your forward line, or you push back hard to the goal square and become a leading forward.
I suppose many clubs have tried to do it just with his physical stature. Whether you get really physical with him as best you can would be another option, but all his life he has just inhaled the ball.
Yeah. Just while we're taking up positions, the Bulldogs huddle breaking. Jacob's got the stats that matter in that first half. A barnstorming second quarter gave the Bulldogs an 8-point lead as we head into the third term.
Yeah, individually first, Glenn. Caleb Daniel, as we mentioned, 26 touches. McRae 18 and Dunkling 15 for the Demons. Petrarca leads them with 18. Oliver also has 18 disposals. Gorn with 14, 2 behinds and 15 hit-outs. As far as the team stats are concerned, the Bulldogs have had more of the ball, 213 disposals to 185. Melbourne with more inside 50s, 33 to 29. Free kicks 10 to 7 in favour of Melbourne, and clearances is in favour of the Bulldogs.
Good news for Bulldogs fans is that Easton Wood is still on the ground, having come up with what looked to be a fairly severe arm injury in that opening half, but he is back out there at the moment. The Bulldogs leading by 8 points. They're 7-5-47. Melbourne 5-9-39. We're back in action in the third term.
The roar of an Optus Stadium crowded capacity. Umpire Matt Stevic will restart this contest with a bounce. It is a beauty. Gorn races at Martin and takes clean possession. Kicks Melbourne to centre half forward. Duray well placed. Barreled into his own teammate. Dropped the mark and the spillage. Goes the way of Fritsch. Set sights on goal and hits the goalpost. Halfway up. The right goalpost. Thudded into the padding. Almost a calamitous start for the Bulldogs. A couple of teammates ran into one another and Fritsch almost made them pay.
That's the last thing Easton Wood wanted. Was his own player running straight through.
7-point margin in favour of the Bulldogs. 7-5-47. The Demons inaccurate. 5-10-40.
Restart comes out towards the members' side. The target there and not letting him down is Hannon. Got a good screen off the ball and allowed him to come in and mark overhead for the Bulldogs, well beyond the defensive 50. He's going to kick now back into the corridor. It needs to arrive before Harms does, and it did. Marked there by Cordy. He goes wider still to Duray on the outer half-back flank. He's kept running on Keith. Runs straight into a good tackle from Pickett. Has to fling a hand pass back over his head. They're fiddling with it again. Comes from Duray to Cordy, and his kick very short to Bailey Smith. Wide out on the outer half-back flank for the Bulldogs. They've had about 8 possessions and have actually not gone forward any meterage in the last 20 or so seconds. They will now as Bailey Smith unloads and carries the outer wing. Big pack into the air. May with the big fist off hands English. Thought about hand passing it. Perhaps he should have, as he's kicked it up and down on the spot. Arriving Ben Brown fists it away. Duray, a blind hand pass over his head. It's flicked out by Bulldogs at ground level. Harms is there. Kick brilliantly smothered off the boot though by Williams. Duray, a hand pass to Treloar. On in turn to the left-footed Hunter. On the outer wing goes short. And the mark to Norton, well up the ground for the Bulldogs.
Yep, just forward of the southern wing. Bailey Smith has space. He sweeps a hand pass forward 10 metres to Treloar. He thought about the hand pass. He might go himself, Adam Treloar. Long to the goal square. Joe Hennison! From behind has taken the mark. The Demons players are screaming at the umpire for a push. They won't get it though. Jason Joe Hennison leaping to the night sky to take a big mark deep at left full forward.
I think they were hoping for a push. It was just a magnificent leap in the square, just the start the Bulldogs wanted.
The umpire said he marked it outside the square. So Jason Joe Hennison, a Norm Smith medalist, proven player in big games, for the perfect start for the Bulldogs. Biggest lead of the night for the team in red, white and blue. They call this the Premiership Quarter. Are the Bulldogs about to make their move? Their lead 13 points, 2.5 minutes into the third term. For program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
Yeah, it was a good grab there by Johannesson. He's not known for his overhead marking, but that's just what he needs to do. He just needs to get back and just create a contest. So it was good there by Treloar, just taking the game on and able to have a set shot. And I reckon if he hadn't have gone up and taken that mark, it probably would have gone through itself.
I reckon if he hadn't have taken it, it would have been a free kick.
Don't you love the way that when a small forward, when he knows he has to go, can produce that? Like it's, sometimes be critical of small forwards not getting front and centre and all those sorts of things, but there was nothing else going. He had to go. He was the player, and just to be able to pull that bit of ability out on that stage to sit on top of the pack.
And he's on Bowery as well, so a young kid that he can take advantage of.
I reckon had he dropped it, though, it could have been a free kick for a push in the back. From the ball up, Oliver slings a hand pass from Melbourne to Petrarca. Goes inside 50. Coming out, a collision of a couple of Bulldogs. Keith took his own teammate down, but he was able to mark it nonetheless, Duray. A clash of bodies. He bounces up rather ruefully and kicks with the left boot towards the outer half-back flank. They've got it out beyond their defensive 50, but that could have almost been calamitous, that collision a moment ago. Back towards Dale. Plays on from the top of the defensive goal square. He's run a full distance. Kicks down towards the wing. Almost a collision of Bulldogs again, but in the end, one player calls the other out, and the mark has been taken down there by Easton Wood. He kicks towards English. Too much carry on the kick. Recovery at the back by Hannon. Gets shunted to ground by Petty. Grubbers a kick forward. Salem is there. Tackled ball and all over the line by Bailey Smith. No free kick. Boundary throw in.
Bulldogs lead 13 points at the 5-minute mark of the third term. Outside attacking 50 for the Dogs. One down from behind by Martin. Bursting towards the football is Petrarca. Thrown down by Rourke Smith. Umpire says it wasn't a double motion, which means it isn't a dangerous tackle. And another stoppage. Attacking point of the square at right half forward for the Dogs. Gawn and Martin. Gawn hooks it down to Viney, who's able to eke out a hand pass, but missing the target of Brayshaw. Treloar got a hand pass to Rourke Smith, who's ripped off his kick. Spillage goes to the Demons. Lever flares his kick wide. He's missed Brayshaw. He got an accommodating bounce, but he didn't have enough room. The ball sat up for him. He was ushered over by the Bulldogs skipper in Bontempelli.
Lever's another one that hasn't had his own way tonight. I mean, so often you see him just picking off entries into their defensive lines, but tonight the Dogs have done a real good job on him.
Dogs by 13 points. Gawn Clean possession. Was a shallow throw-in. Defensive hand pass backward to Brayshaw. Tees his kick up high along the boundary line, looking for Oliver. Had to turn his body. Spills out to Rourke Smith of the Docks. Off to Williams, whose kick goes along the boundary. Skittles pass gone. Still in play. The Bulldogs willing it forward. Brayshaw heard a voice. Well done. Tapped it towards May. His kick is a floater. It dribbles along the ground to centre half back. But Neil Bullen is clean for Melbourne. Goes wide looking for Gawn, but arriving Treloar.
Yeah.
Juggles the intercept mark and the Dogs are out. A chance here for Treloar. He'll kick into the pocket. He's already got two and set up one more. He can't hear. Not initially. Through the hands of English, but they went wide. And the ball is out of bounds in the right forward pocket for the Dogs, who lead by 13 points, 6 minutes into the third term.
The Bulldogs right in this game at the moment. They're playing the better footy from the throw-in. Gawn holds Martin at bay, wins it down. Bonampelli playing for the free kick, gathers almost through the ball out. Dunkley on his knees there for the Bulldogs, shovels it back to Bonampelli. He's upended. Going in, Neil Bullen, tackled the ground. We'll have a ball up about 40 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. They hold a 13-point advantage, 6.5 minutes into the third term. Gawn wins it down. Oliver over the footy, needs to be careful. Neil Bullen comes in to try and support him. Bailey Smith with it now. Hand passes. Treloar flicks it down. On the end of it is Dunkley. Grubbers a kick towards full forward. Well done back there by May. Gathers at bootlace level. Hand passes Melbourne to Lever. Relieving kick beyond the defensive 50. Off hands Keith. Gives it to Johannesson. Quick kick towards full forward. Up down there Waitman. Couldn't take the mark. May buried at the bottom of the umpires. Paid the mark to May. No, I don't think that's correct, but Melbourne will take it nonetheless.
Yep, I noted that get out. Short kick to Oliver. Sweeping hand pass to Saylor. He's trying to find his way into the game. Kicks for Brown, but he's in a Bulldog sandwich. The Demons forward brings it to ground and wins a free. He was held.
Getting a bit of a run at the moment, Melbourne.
Yep, they need it too. 13 points behind and the Bulldogs with the momentum. Ben Brown, a couple of missed opportunities and a major on his night. High kick, long searching ball towards half forward. Williams cuts across, drops the mark and sold a fake to a couple. Eventually delays his hand pass and feeds Treloar along the boundary to Bailey Smith. Bulldogs midfield in command for the moment. Smith is defensive side of the wing. He's right in front of the Bulldogs interchange. He's going to apply a switch. He's going to go back into defensive 50 for Keith. He goes across to the southern side of the ground to Dale, and he's got a chance to run. Just corralling on the mark is Fritsch, and the short pass finds Cordy in front of Pickett.
It's 50.
Almost 50 against Pickett, who seemed to move on the mark. Umpire Mollison didn't pay the 50, and the Bulldogs continue their build down the outer side with Hunter. Kicked a goal in the second term. Now Dale gets involved again. He's forward at the southern wing. 13 points to lead. McRae breaks to half forward. Marks in front of Sparrow. Next link in the chain is Hunter, who's on short and accepts the footy in the pocket. Not 15. Lockie Hunter, is this your moment? Long to the goal square, and it's off hands. It won't score in the end. Bounced away from all and sundry and out of play in the right forward pocket. Bulldogs attacking, leading by 13 points. We're 9 minutes into the third term for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
Lax marking by Melbourne around the outer side then. Some very cheap possessions to Bulldogs players 5, 6, 7 metres clear of an opponent. Right up against the right behind post, attacking behind post. The umpire throws it in, double palm down by Martin in front. Oliver can't gather the footy. It comes back towards Max Gawn on the bounce. Held to him. Loses it in the grasp. Gathered then by Melbourne. A quick kick away by Petrarca it was. Offhand Salem. Comes very wide. Is that tunnelling? Yeah, Jackson's been taken under the footy. I don't know if you'd really say it was tunnelling, but he was pushed under it by Alex Keith. So Jackson has the footy back in his possession and he's got it at high left half back. Taking plenty of time. Runs inboard. Kicks it over the logo on the broadcast wing. Cordy goes up. Tried to fist it away. Nearly marked it in the end. Then he goes in and lays a strong tackle on Petty, who literally threw the ball out to Neil Bullen. He gets a grubbered kick up towards half forward. McRae is there. Well tackled. Didn't panic. Got the hand pass away to Dale. Back to Daniel, who then kicks out wide to Johannesson on the boundary line at right half back for the Bulldogs. Measured kick down the wing. Finds Bailey Smith.
Demons struggling to make any forays forward. Bailey Smith goes with the squaring kick. Cordy had to wait, marks. Bailey Smith peels inboard for the hand pass, receives. About to be mown down by Sparrow, but gets his kick hurriedly to half forward. And it works. It lands on the chest of Norton. He can wheel and go. Martin and English are deep. They've got behind the defence. The kick doesn't do him any favours. Dropping the mark, though, Lever. Kept in play by Martin, but hand pass only went to Gawn, who couldn't control the footy. It was slippery. It's out of bounds in the left forward pocket.
I've been watching Bailey Smith for the last probably 2 or 3 minutes. His work rate since half-time has been fantastic. He's been a link man on both sides of the ground, forward and back. Really has gone up a level in his work rate.
Next goal is huge in this game. Bulldogs by 13 points, 11 minutes into the third term. It's deep forward for the Dogs. Neither ruckman a hand on the ball. Waitman ripped off it by Langdon. Now Oliver has it, trying to get it out somehow. Bontempelli snaps to the hot spot. Is there a marker here? May barreled into. Can English do the roving? Hand pass away to Stephen Martin. His kick partially smothered. Drifts into the right forward pocket. A chance here for Waitman. About to be corralled. Got boot to ball, but no one in the corridor. It was barely the 15, but the mark's been paid to Neil Bullen in the last line of defence for the Demons.
Neil Bullen goes back over the boundary line. At left full-back, he comes with wide now, looking for McDonald in front, though. A couple of Bulldogs can't take the mark. Cordy on the bounce, flicks it over towards Dale, who kicks inside 50. Salem gets away with a nudge there, and body work on Waitman. Follows up on the ground. It's a stalemate, and the umpire's going to ball it up 25 out from the Bulldogs' goal, right full forward, River End. 12 minutes into the third, 13-point lead to the Bulldogs. Gawn slaps it away. Beautiful slap. Straight to Harms. Although his hand pass has been knocked down in there by the Bulldogs through McRae's. Hand pass is errant. Players crashing into the contest. Comes out in the end towards Rourke Smith. Gets it off to Williams. He's tackled. Gets the hand pass to Bontempelli. And the skipper ices the cake from 40 metres out. That was persistent, dogged work to keep the ball inside their attacking 50. And Bontempelli from 35 has got his third. Some danger signs now for Melbourne. The lead is out to 19 points at the 13-minute mark on the program sponsors scoreboard. Bendigo Bank in this third term, the Bullies are 9-5-59. Melbourne 5-10-40. Bontempelli has 3.
Yeah, just looking at the replay there, there's only been 8 inside 50s and the Bulldogs have got 6 of those.
Yeah.
So sooner or later the dam will burst if they keep going up with this. And Bontempelli, you only need to give him half a metre and he'll punish you pretty quickly.
And once again, like we said with his marking, he just made that look easy, didn't he? He snapped that from about 35, 40 out. He had Pickett right on his back. I mean, we all know what a pressure act player Pickett is, but Bontempelli just made him look slow then. He just put it across his left shoulder, snapped that through, and the ball's very much on the Western Bulldogs' terms at the moment.
Melbourne's last goal was at the 9-minute mark of the second quarter. We're now 13 minutes into the third for program sponsor Bendigo Bank, and the Bulldogs have what you feel is a decisive lead. Out of the middle though, Viney. Hand passes forward and misses Sparrow. Ball skips to half forward. Jeray clean after an initial fumble. Kicks the ball out into space on the wing. It'll bounce away from Brayshaw. The umpire's going to pay deliberate here. He does. Free kick to the Demons. Between wing and half forward. Brayshaw plays on immediately and wants to drive the kick deep. They need a leaper in the air. Jackson doesn't get a run, and the mark in front is taken by Keith, who landed awkwardly. He came into the game with a suspect hamstring, and he did look a little sore there as he completed the mark, and he's stretching out his leg as we speak. Alex Keith kicks the ball up towards half back. Norton. Well, that's his forte. Contested marks, and he's starting to lift for the Western Bulldogs. 19 points up, 15-minute mark of the third term. Norton will go long. Looking for Shackey. It'll clear him towards the back. Hannon, he gets behind the defence. The ball didn't quite sit up for him. Sparrow trying to tap it away. Recovers, but there's a free kick.
That was well done.
He made sure the umpire saw that. It was too high. It was there, but he certainly went to ground just to make sure the umpire saw that.
Mitch Hannon started his AFL journey at the Demons. Now a Western Bulldog. Horrible hand pass to Dale, who was on the burst. Picked up though by English for the Bulldogs. Short kick into the pocket, not 15 metres. Big tackle applied, and that will be a ball up in the end. Wasn't the 15 metres required for a mark, so Dale was cluttered into by Rivers. And a ball up 45 metres from the goal that the Bulldogs are attacking relentlessly. English down the Liberatore, lost it in the tackle. Spillage goes towards Brayshaw. Hurried kick, mark dropped by Gawn and then ushered over the line. Boundary throwing.
Keith has come off after that. He looked in a little bit of might even just be cramp, but he's certainly come off and hasn't looked overly comfortable since that mark he took in deep in their Dogs' defence.
But the same as Maxi Gorn, he just doesn't look like the same player that played 2 weeks ago.
19 points the margin. 15 minutes into this third quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank. It is the Bulldogs making their move.
Boundary throw in comes beside the congestion, gathered up by Melbourne. A high kick. Williams tracking it to the line, then he's being tracked and stalked. Taken over the line by big Ben Brown. So a boundary throw in. Looking down, Keith has been rolled onto his stomach now. They're looking at his hamstrings, at least they're massaging both of them. Seemed to be a lower left leg injury when he came off, but they're working on his back of his thighs. As the ball is thrown in front, Jackson palms it down. Comes out to Bailey Smith, who overruns it, stolen then by Harms, kicks Melbourne deep towards full forward. Fritsch is marked on his chest. Boy, do they need a goal here. He's marked 30 metres out at right full forward.
Haven't seen that since the first half of the first quarter, have we? Though they had so many uncontested marks in their inside 50 at the start of the match. You just thought it was going to be a cakewalk, but it's just dried up for Melbourne. And Fritsch, definitely kickable this one. About 25 out, not much of an angle. Needs to nail this. Has already kicked a couple.
Yeah, kicked 2 at this end of the ground in the first quarter. It's a very measured approach. They're 19 points down. They've got to get some sort of spark to ignite them, and he has got 3. Just inside the left goalpost. Crowd trying to G Melbourne up here. They move to 6-10-46. They still trail by 13 points. The Bulldogs 9-5-59, and for program sponsor Bendigo Bank, we're 17 minutes into the third term.
Just watching the physio down there with Alex Keith. We've walked up to the medical sub and just said, get ready. I reckon he's done. And I'll give him 5 minutes to give it a crack. But the way that the physio was talking to him, and I reckon he could be done a hamstring.
Significant, Damien, if they lose their key defender.
And Wood, we're not 100% sure. Wood's out there playing again, having spent some time on the bench in the third quarter, which what we thought was an arm injury, Ash. So you can't have your 2 key defenders out there limping around.
That feels big in the context of the game. It's still a comfortable enough lead for the Bulldogs. Still plenty of time to come in this third quarter. It's Jackson and Martin. One down by Luke Jackson. Ball on the ground, and Oliver trying to burst free. Hand passes to Petrarca. The Demons are going forward again. Deep looking for Fritsch, who rises high, lands with the footy and kicks the goal. Bailey! Bailey Fritsch is wearing the number 31. I don't need to tell you what that means to the Melbourne Football Club. But he's starring on grand final night here at Optus Stadium. It was a prodigious leap in the air. He landed on his feet, gathered the bouncing ball, and raced to the goal line to kick another. He's got 4, and the Demons are back within 7 points.
I reckon there was about 3 Western Bulldogs defenders who were actually looking for the ball. I don't reckon they knew where it was, Ash. They've turned around looking for the ball, and next thing they saw the goal umpire putting 2 hands up.
Yeah, I know I've been harping on it all game, but when Steph Martin doesn't go up, Melbourne get it out and they seem to score. So he needs to look at himself and just say, look, when I'm jumping at the ball and creating a 50-50 or a draw, we seem to score.
Brought some good form into the finals, Bailey Fritsch. He kicked 7 against Adelaide in round 22. He's got 4 tonight, 57 for the season. He's got Melbourne right back in it. They're only 7 points down now. 19 minutes into the third quarter. Ball back in motion. Martin went up early. Petrarca gets it. Away go the D's again. Long kick to full forward. Brown is working. Brown's marked it. A subtle nudge to his opponent, then 2 arms vertically, and he's marked about 15 out from goal, and he's now gone back another 40 metres. He is still backpedaling. He puts the ball on the ground 62 metres out, and he marked it 15 out.
Almost perfect forward play. There's such a fine line between pushing in the back and using your body. 2 elbows in the back there. Pushed himself backwards rather than the player forward. Really clever work.
In he comes. Gets to within about 20 metres. They've got 3 in a row. In fact, they've got 3 in 3 minutes. 8-10-58 now, Melbourne. They're down by only a point. The Bulldogs 9-5-59 in this pulsating 20-21 decider. We're 20 minutes into the third term.
And just while Ben Brown was coming in to have that set shot on goal, I've never seen more commotion down on the interchange bench to get Alex Keith back out there. They were screaming at anyone to get officers so we can get him back down there to help out the defence.
Do you talk about the importance of centre clearances? Petrarca twice then, able to go straight down the spine.
And they were actually 50-50s. You've been on those centre bounces that the Bulldogs have just got to have a presence there. Both those landed at the ruckman's feet.
Yeah.
But Melbourne they're awake in the middle.
The crowd's come alive. The Demons fans who were slumped in their seats 3 minutes ago are now sitting forward in anticipation with the run directed down by Martin of the Dogs. Ball in dispute in the middle. Ball lost by Oliver. Now McRae puts his head down. He's going to win a free.
That's a tough one. He actually dove down with his head. It's a good footy because he's attacking the ball, but lucky free kick.
So Bulldogs get the clearance this time. Wheels onto his left and kicks high inside 50. Arriving with the spoil, Melbourne through Lever. Waitman, who's been quiet, hand pass away. Bontempelli scragged, but got it to Waitman. Kick to the goal square. It drifts across into the right forward pocket, and it's tapped out by Petty. Has he done enough to disguise that? Yes. Boundary throw in the right forward pocket. The Bulldogs attacking the River End. 9-5-59 plays 8-10-58. The Demons have kicked 3 goals in 4 minutes of footy.
And from nowhere, it's got to be said. I just didn't see that coming.
The ball's up the Bulldogs' end, though. One down from behind by Jackson. Stalking it is Brayshaw. Taps it to his own advantage. Keeps it in. Hand passes away towards Viney, who's barreled over but got his kick away. Well done, Williams. Went back with the flight and marks with McDonald coming storming up at the ball for Melbourne. Mark for Williams of the Dogs. He's at right half forward, Bailey Williams, the South Australian. High kick. He's put it up into a pack of about 10. Who can mark this ball? No one. May destroys the ball to ground. Still in a dangerous spot. McRae pushed forward in the tackle by Brayshaw. Ball up in the right forward pocket for the Dogs. We're time on to the third term. For program sponsor Bendigo Bank, it is a 1-point game in the 2021 AFL Grand Final at Optus Stadium. Tapped down by Jackson. Viney gets his kick away. He'll clear the defensive 50. High footy using the body Keith, who is back on the ground. He wins the ball on the deck and kicks it hurriedly inside 50. It bounces though towards Langdon, who has a chance for Melbourne. He's got nothing in front of him, so he waits for Pickett to get on his bike. He's taken 2 bounces, Ed Langdon. Storms forward to the wing. Kick with penetration towards half forward. McDonald thwarted by Williams. Superbly done by the Bulldogs defender. Hand pass inboard towards Daniel, who's been pretty quiet in this quarter. Brings it back inboard on the 45, and Liberatore takes the mark to avert any danger for the Bulldogs.
Spoilers, when you get all the forwards down the ground, you can turn the ball over. You've got not many options. Liberatore to the outer side, and the option out there, May. Big fullback up the ground, marks on the outer wing for Melbourne, squares it into the middle, Brayshaw marks. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, exits the centre square, goes deep into the pocket. No, misses Harms. Luckily, it nearly bounced on the line. It'll be a boundary throw-in. Deep at left full forward for the Demons.
Just overcooked it, didn't he? He was trying so hard to get the ball there quickly, and really it just had to be rested up into the forward pocket, and Melbourne forwards could have done the rest.
Something about Harms and boundary lines in grand finals. Thrown back in, one down by Brown doing the ruck work. Dispossessed was Harms. Tackle applied on Pickett, who was on his backside trying to get a kick. Oliver, dispossessed, got something resembling a hand pass. Now he becomes the tackler. 35 out from the Demons' goal. Their turn to attack and press for the lead back. Pickett put his head down. He tried to draw a free kick there, and the umpire didn't think it constituted a free kick. Block. In fact, no, it's a Bulldogs free. Thought it might have gone against
too high.
Brown, but it was high in the ruck contest to Martin. He makes his free kick, a hand pass to a wheeling Daniel. Flower bag floats along the ground. It's picked up by Brayshaw. His kick wasn't much better, but clean was Petrarca. Hand pass while on his knees, back towards Brayshaw. He's in dispute with the footy. Hand pass comes out from Johannesson, but straight to Bowie. Places it on his boot, and courage. Brilliant diving mark taken by Brayshaw. Well, they just willed that forward, the Demons. They've gone up another level. With this game up for grabs in the third term, Brayshaw will have a set shot. He's in the left forward pocket. He's 15 in from the boundary and he's 40 from goal.
That is courage, isn't it? There's one thing to run back into a pack, but actually dive back, not knowing what's going on. It wasn't that Rewalt type dive over the top. That was actually going in towards feet and knees and everything else from a young man that's had his fair share of concussion problems, has got to be said. He's a skillful player. Will kick from about 35 out on not much of an angle. Should goal this.
Kicks it behind, we're level again. Kick a goal and the Demons are back in front. Angus Brayshaw's kick is on its way. And are the Demons on their way? They're back in front at the 25-minute mark of this absorbing third quarter. Angus Brayshaw, courage to mark, and superb with the finish. The margin is 5 points to the Demons, 25-minute mark of the third term.
Yeah, it was a good mark and good finish there by Brayshaw, but once again, for as much football as Caleb Daniels had, he just needed to know where the game was in this turn. Melbourne have kicked the last 4 goals, so he just needs to get it out.
Yeah.
But he went looking for that pinpoint pass, didn't come off, and Melbourne have gone down and have kicked the goal from the result of it.
I think he actually kicked the grass. Looking at the replay there, he's taken a divot on the kick and a really opportune moment for doing it.
I know he was looking for the shorty, but just get the ball out, get it out. If it goes out of bounds, it's a stoppage or it's deliberate.
So the Bulldogs kicked the first 2 of this quarter and almost looked like this game was going to be pretty much iced by three-quarter time, and that's the 4th in a row to Melbourne. What a turnaround.
First time since the 17-minute mark of the second quarter they've been in front, and they're trying to push forward once again, but a free kick going against Jackson in favour of Liberatore. The smaller man was being held. Shoots a hand pass beyond the outer edge of the centre square to his captain, Bontempelli, deep to left, full forward. The big fist of May, but it lands with Bailey Smith. A hand pass to the Bulldogs, Dunkley, and gets it on to Rourke Smith. Centering kick, great courage. Amazing courage by Sharkey. Couldn't take the mark. Spills to Petrarca. He's still down. Kicks it into the centre of the ground. The ball bounces high. Attacking it, Brown. Gets the hand pass to Neil Bullen. He's got to do the 180. Kicks it out towards left half forward. Sparrow gets it to sit for him. Kicks deep. Big Max is down there in the goal square, but well done back with the flight. The Bulldogs have been able to fist it through for a behind. Boy, oh boy, at the other end, though, that was one hell of a collision.
Wow.
That's a free kick any day of the week. He got his hands up. There should have been chopped to the arms.
Scoreboard now, 9-11-65. Melbourne playing 9-5-59. The kick down ground has been marked by Treloar.
Late in the third term, Treloar called to play on, thought about a hand pass to Daniel, that was closed down, so he kicks along the broadcast wing. Bowie rose to spoil, it hit his head and spilt to Petrarca. Hand pass over his shoulder, sitting duck Bontempelli, slapped away by Oliver. Was he taken high here, Petty? He hand passed in any event, gets it for Melbourne towards a teammate who's ushered out of bounds. Strong tackle from Bontempelli on the youngster in Bowie, playing just his 7th game. Boundary throwing forward to the broadcast wing.
Bontempelli doing the 3 hard acts in a row there. He's not just a star with the ball, but tackling, pressuring, fantastic.
He just knows the stage of the game that he's in at the moment.
28-minute mark of the third. It's the Demons by 6 points. Tap to ground. Through comes Liberatore, throws it on his boot, but the mark taken by Sparrow. Over his shoulder for Melbourne. Decides to go short and find Salem. They're peeling sideways. He hasn't got a lot inside 50. Salem's going to go into the bullseye. He's spotting his former captain in Viney, who didn't mark. He's about to be tackled. Was able to get the hand pass away to Rivers, who was waiting. He'll sweep a hand pass forward. A sitting duck here, though, is Sparrow. Tackled and through it. The Bulldogs will take the advantage. It's Liberatore. It goes out sideways because the Demons have peeled back. Shackey's recovered from the big hit, and he spots Johannesson, who's forward of the southern wing.
Johannesson with the ball. He's just holding proceedings up at the moment. Runs boundary side of the man on the mark, deep into full forward. May back with the flight. Brayshaw a fist as well for Melbourne. It falls to Lever. He goes very short to Bowie, just along the boundary line. Marked inside the defensive 50. Switch going back towards May near the goal square. He'll go short to Brayshaw, who marks. Then he flicks it out wide to Salem, who marks. Gone across the full back line here, the Demons. They lead by a goal. 29 minutes into the third term. Siren looming. So too is a great last quarter. Salem comes looking for Gore, nudged under it, and at the back, chest mark to McDonald for Melbourne. He wheels inboard. He's played on now. He goes up towards Brown. A couple of Bulldogs in front, but he crashes the contest. Loses the footy. Overrunning it there, Sparrow, but he's been held. Ben Brown's got the free kick just in advance of left wing. Slow to get up. Dawn is floating forward towards the attacking 50. Brown's got his back to him. Now he turns round. A lot of Bulldogs inside their defensive 50. Brown gives it a good ride. Gawn is the target. It clears him. Comes to ground. Petrarca is there. Grubbers it. A Day-Cossian goal from the boundary. Brilliant play by Christian Petrarca. He was running towards the boundary, 30 metres out at left full forward, kicked it off the right boot, grubbed it perfectly, and split the middle on the bounce. A 2-goal advantage to Melbourne. 10-11-71, the Bulldogs 9-5-59. We've breached the 30-minute mark of the third term.
That commentary box was right behind that, and it just was never going to miss, was it? He's running towards the boundary line. It wasn't though he's on the point post. He was still a good, 25, 30 metres out from goal on the boundary line. And the minute he actually headed towards goal with that kick, it was just on rails, wasn't it, Ash?
Yeah, it was a beautiful finish, but you just got to go back to your fundamentals of being a defender. That ball should have been smashed over the line at this stage. Playing in a grand final, just knowing the quarter's about to finish.
Yeah, what a 30-minute mark. That's the 5th goal in a row to Melbourne. What a turnaround.
What a quarter of football. Damien Kitchgash McGrath. The Demons from 19 points down. They lead by 12 late in the third term. Petrarca's involved again. Hand pass towards Oliver. Sparrow's at centre half forward. He's going to eye the goals. Tom Sparrow, this is your moment. And he takes his chance and kicks a big goal. Listen to that. That's 57 years of emotion into a third quarter that's been won by the team in red and blue. They're 18 points up, centre break again. Petrarca and Oliver involved, and young Tom Sparrow with a moment to remember.
Ash, going into three-quarter time, is there any better way of a couple of outstanding goals? Not just kick-mark goals, two absolutely... Melbourne be on such a high coming into three-quarter time.
Well, you could say the same for the Bulldogs going into half-time. So they were on top with going into the half-time. So hopefully we can see a flip of what's happened this quarter.
Siren looming, one thing's for sure, the Bulldogs can't afford to concede another one. The margin is out to 18 points. They don't want the elastic to snap. English wins it down in the middle. Treloar is there, loses it, socket forward by Viney into the path of the ruckman. Jackson, he gets a hand pass to Oliver. He's 45 out. There's another one. Playing 9-5-59. The margin is 24 points. Since the 17-minute mark of this quarter, they have kicked 6 goals.
Well, I can tell you, last time Melbourne won a premiership, if this was happening, there would have been an almighty blue by now, wouldn't there? They're just bleeding out of the middle. Somehow the Dogs have got to slow this game down, stop this game for a minute. They can't get to three-quarter time quick enough. There's 32, just coming up to 33 minutes into this third quarter. They just need the game to stop for a minute and time out and recompose themselves, because they are just bleeding through the middle of the ground. And Melbourne on such a high, 3 magnificent goals. And that one there even better, because that was a team goal. When you had 3 or 4 players involved in that goal, Jackson's run out of the middle. Geez, impressive as a ruckman just to follow on. But they are bleeding at the moment.
Demon delight out of the middle. We're late in this quarter, but Melbourne keeps scoring because they keep getting it out of the middle. Petrarca breaks the tackle. He'll step through. He's about to be mown down, tackled. Ball's closed on him. Liberatoria hand pass towards Treloar. He'll be happy to cop the tackle. And that's almost time in this third term. The Demons, 19 points down, halfway through this quarter. They now lead by 24. Ball in the air. It's attacking side of the square for Melbourne. And the Demons fans, they dare to dream. 24 points up at three-quarter time in the 2021 AFL Grand Final. 12-11-83. The Bulldogs are 9-5-59.
That is a staggering back end of that quarter. A 43-point turnaround from the 13-minute mark, at which point the Bulldogs led by 19 points. We have then seen 7 unanswered goals by Melbourne. And listen to how they came. 17, 18 and 20-minute mark, then the 25th, and then the 30, 32 and 33-minute mark. So they had 2 hat-tricks there in the space of about 3.5 minutes of footy each time. They talk about the premiership quarter being the third quarter. Well, could that have now defined Melbourne's season, as a clown has decided he'll run onto the ground and security will be taking him down. We might just take a break, come back very shortly. Well, he's getting towards the attacking edge of the centre square at the eastern end, but that's a pretty strong tackle. NRL final series underway, and that bloke might be watching it from somewhere else. Three-quarter time here at Optus Stadium, a quarter remaining in the 2021 season, and it is a big 24-point lead to Melbourne. 12-11-83 to the Bulldogs, 9-5-59. Back with more in a moment.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate. Complete offset on fixed and variable loans. And a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Program sponsor.
For 30 years, the Courier Mail has been bringing you stories that matter from mob across the country. Whether you're Bundjalung, Birragubba, Noongar, Ngarrindjeri, Miriam or Merning, we've got you covered. To subscribe, let our mob know about your business, event or organisation. Head to our website at www.couriermail.com and follow the links. The Courier Mail, the voices of Indigenous Australia since 1991.
Program sponsor.
Every weekday morning from 9 till 10 across the National Indigenous Radio Service and broadcast through 98.9 FM, it's Let's Talk. A First Nations current affairs show through the eyes and ears of First Nations peoples. Let's Talk, 9 till 10, weekday mornings, through NIRS and 98.9 FM.
You're tuned to the 2021 AFL Grand Final for AFL Indigenous Broadcasting. And tonight, it's the Western Bulldogs taking on Melbourne live from Whadjuk Land at Optus Stadium, Perth, with Glenn Mitchell, Jacob Lansfield, Ash McGrath and Damien Kitchke. Proudly brought to you by major program sponsor Bendigo Bank, broadcast throughout the nation by the National Indigenous Radio Service.
And back here at Optus Stadium on Whadjuk Noongar land, an incredible third quarter by the Melbourne Demons, who trailed by 19 points at the 13-minute mark, and they turned that into a 24-point lead at three-quarter time on the back of 7 consecutive goals. Melbourne at 12-11-83, the Bulldogs 9-5-59. I'm not sure it matters too much at the moment, but our friends on the Canary Islands have got back in touch. They've obviously gone onto social media and said Gawn's contentious kick was a clear goal in the second quarter. Check out Craig Bennett. So if you want to get on Twitter at CraigB76, at CraigB76, he's obviously sitting behind the goals down there at the river end, and he has filmed that shot. And apparently the boys in the Canary Islands have looked at it and believe that, like Max, it should have been a goal. He thought that. For Melbourne, 4 goals to Bailey Fritsch, 2 then to Brown and Petrarca, singles to Spargo, Brayshaw, Oliver and Sparrow. For the Western Bulldogs, 3 to Bontempelli, 2 to Treloar, and singles to Norton, Smith and Johannesson. I don't care what sort of crystal ball, what sort of Ouija board, whatever you use, there's no way, Damien Kitchke, anyone could have seen that coming.
Just looking at that, and Jacob, you asked a really good question there at half-time, was what do they do about Caleb Daniels' dominance across that half-back line? He had 3 possessions that quarter.
Yep.
It was the pace that the ball came into the Melbourne forward line, and on the other side of that, Christian Petrarca is now only 1 possession behind him. Like 28 possessions, Christian Petrarca, and it was Bulldogs just did not get the chance to set up behind the ball. So it kind of answered your question. It was an important one. How do you stop that stagnant half-back line ability just to drive the ball out of your defence? And Daniels just wasn't seen, Ash, because he didn't have a chance just to peel off those little kicks, did he?
Well, he's just got to get back in the game and just do what he does naturally and demand the football. I reckon then he would have got a bit shell-shocked with Melbourne taking on and kicking all those goals, and he just needs to, I reckon, for his next kick, take the easy option, whether that's kicking it long to the wing or trying to pick off a 50-50 contest, not going for that one as we've seen when he was coming out and end up being a goal to Melbourne. So they can't panic. They're in the exact same position in the second quarter. They just need to go back and just realise they can do it. They just need to get the first score on the board.
Doesn't matter what they do, if they keep hemorrhaging out the middle like they did then. And I thought the one thing that really showed out when they had that second run of 3 goals, that was Jackson in the middle, not Gawn. 2 or three times, the second possession was Jackson. 20 metres forward of his own square. So here's your ruckman, is basically contesting the ruck. Some of those were 50-50 rucks that actually hit the ground around both ruckman's feet. Handball. Here's Jackson's run 20 metres forward. So they're going into their centre bounces, Melbourne, with no defensive mindset at all because it's just one-way traffic.
Well, the Bulldogs could be a goal away from breaking here. They must get the opening goal of this final term. They take in a 24-point deficit.
Only one team in the last 20 years of AFL Grand Final football has trailed at three-quarter time and won, and that was Geelong in 2009. Tap one in the middle by Gawn. Flung forward, a long hand pass towards half forward from Bontempelli. Shinned away by Salem. Down low, clean Brayshaw. Important in that third term. Hand pass to Petrarca, who's been the star. Kicks towards the attacking point of the square. Bounces off shins and spills to Jackson of Melbourne. Stepping through traffic, Neil Bullen. Dribbles it out sideways. Into space, a chance for Sparrow. He gathers at the top of the 50. He'll tug his kick to the goal mouth. He kicks to the advantage of Brown, who rises and has paid the mark. The umpires paid it. The crowd leapt to the heavens, and so did Ben Brown to mark the footy. He's deep in the left forward pocket, but Damien Kitchiash McGrath, it was a superb kick from Sparrow.
To give you some idea there, Sparrow's coming over the 50-metre line, and he was a 2-on-1 Brown in the goal square, but rather than just putting it up to Brown, he actually made the two defenders have to push back on Brown. And as a forward, particularly a full forward, if you've actually got the ability to get your defender in between you and the ball over the back, it's the easiest mark there is for a forward.
Ben Brown. He didn't want to leave North Melbourne at the end of last year. They had to force him out the door. I reckon he's pretty happy right about now. The Demons are 30 points up a minute into the final term. 13-11-89. The Bulldogs are 9-5-59.
All he had to do was lean on his defender, wasn't it? Yeah. It's just a great kick.
Just looking at the TV replay, there's nothing worse as opposition coach when you're pleading your side to get the first score, to get back in the box, and the opposition's having a set shot on goal. So they need to really start getting their game going right now.
I just can't see it at the moment. Well, I couldn't see how Melbourne have come back, to be fair, but you just can't see what the Bulldogs have got. There's a few too many of them started to chase Guernseys. Yep. I'm not seeing Bulldogs get the easy kicks on the transfer. They just haven't controlled the ball for the last 25 minutes of this game. And we've spoken the first half of that third quarter when Bailey Smith was work rate, getting easy touches. The Bulldogs tend to be running the ball around the extremities of the ground, but it's just been shut down. Melbourne have just been too good.
They're surfing a tsunami, 8 in a row from the ball up. Petrarca. Hand passes then towards Sparrow. Has it knocked away from him. It ends up with Langdon on the outer wing for Melbourne. A hand pass to Salem. He goes out wide. Petrarca's had influence. He marks and plays on by hand along the boundary line inside 50. Fritsch has marked. He's got an opportunity to kick his fifth.
He doesn't miss either from in front. He's a terrific shot at goal.
4 goals, 1, and his 1 was into the goalpost. So an opportunity here for Bailey Fritsch. Well, you'd almost say put the game beyond doubt, wouldn't you? 6 goals up. I know that in modern-day footy, and we saw it in the third quarter, you can score very quickly, but 3 minutes into the last quarter to come from 36 down would be one of the greatest, if not the greatest, comebacks in finals history. Fritsch for his 5th. Tightish angle. He's put it through. 57 years of pain, maybe about 25 minutes away from ending. Fritsch has 5 goals, 1, and Melbourne are 14-11-95 to 9-5-59. We're 3 minutes into the final quarter, and they have kicked 9 in a row.
So there's a genuine forward taking an uncontested mark 30 metres out in front of goal. Bulldogs are gone. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. They're gone.
I reckon they're gone as well. But that's a boy that's just full of confidence. As soon as he kicked it, he turned around to, as you can see here on the replay, as soon as he kicked it, he turns to the Melbourne cheer squad on the far side. But I reckon Petrarca, you could put your votes down now. I reckon he's going to walk off with the North Swift medal.
He's changed the game.
He's changed the game.
He's changed the game. And whether it's being his goals up forward or his extraction of the ball through the middle of the ground, Melbourne have just smashed them. The Doggies need to find a ruckman. They have to start looking for one now.
Let me repeat myself. There were 2 commentators in this box who tipped Christian Petrarca for the medal, and he's streaming out of the middle again. Christian Petrarca, this would seal it. From 60 metres, it drifts to the right. It was on target, but it just veered wide of the mark at the last moment. Melbourne, this is a red and blue dream. They're 37 points in front at the 5-minute mark of the final term. 14-12-96. The Bulldogs on their last legs, 9-5-59.
That's their first miss from their last 9 shots of goal. 10 shots of goal.
Daniel bounces his way out of the defensive goal square to the outer side. At the back, Langdon. After went through the hands of Wood, gives it by hand to Salem. Inside 50, they go again. Just sat up a little bit too high there for Jackson. Daniel sweeps a hand pass infield from the boundary line to McRae, who goes short. They are fiddling with the ball at the moment. There is no doubt about that. The kick comes beyond the defensive 50, just enough carry to get to Rorke-Smith. Now the hole is being filled down the ground on the wing by Gawn. So he's not going to go in that direction. Well, he will, but he'll go only about 15 metres to Liberatore, who plays it on the boundary line by hand to Bontempelli. He gets a little hand pass inboard. Clever little kick off the outside of the boot by Dunkley. Not quite. Didn't get to Martin. Intercepting Petty, who kicks it back towards centre half back for Melbourne, and Viney. They're queuing up back inside 50, and he goes all the way back to May. May now, the big man, plays on with a bounce and then chips it out wide to left full-back and Lever. So Melbourne have all the answers at the moment.
And Lever's in no rush to move this on. He can apply the switch. They're lining up on the broadcast side, but Lever decides to go in a straight line, long to the outer wing, from behind Brown, able to bring it down for Melbourne. Hand pass out from Treloar. In fact, Hunter that was. Hand pass away, gets it back, and he's ragdolled. Hand pass over the boundary line. They want deliberate Melbourne. They won't get it, but they do get a boundary throw in, and they break up that move down the ground. So Christian Petrarca, rather unsurprisingly, has been in everything, Damien. Boundary throw, and he applied the tackle.
He's just he's a machine, isn't he? He's just got stronger and stronger as the night has got on. He has been fantastic.
Melbourne, 9 unanswered goals to lead by 37 points. Dunkley throws it on his boot, dribbles it inside 50 for the Dogs. Bailey Smith, no real impact on this game. Getting in low and winning the ball away was Langdon. Charging into a tackle is Spargo. Able to hand pass along the boundary line. Langdon dribbles a kick of 4 metres. Picked up by Liberatore. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Smith gets around Rivers and will set sights on goal. They need a major, the Dogs, to breathe life back into it. They don't get it. Off hands it goes. May got a telling hand in there and knocks it through for a conceded minor score. The margin back to an even 6 goals. 14-12, 96 Melbourne. The Western Bulldogs are 9-6-60. 7 minutes into the final term.
Not quite the time to take enormous risk, but they're going to have to start playing some corridor football in a moment. May restarts. It's a powerful kick all the way towards the outer wing there for Melbourne. In front, the mark paid there to Martin. A flying attempted fist by Gawn. He couldn't contact the footy. Is that... Oh, I thought it was a 50-metre penalty. It was just a cheap turnover. Went straight to Harms, who gives to Salem. He goes short to the outer side of Petrarca. It's unravelling. Hand pass to Salem running by. Hand passes back to Petrarca. It sits for him. Runs into a tackle. That could almost be holding the ball. Salem barges through though and gathers. Langdon running outside him. Receives the handball. Pulls his kick inside 50. They're queuing up down there. The mark's been taken by Neil Bullen. He could have actually picked 2 other teammates in the vicinity who were all alone. This is a remarkable back half by the Melbourne Demons. They were queuing up there inside 50, all screaming for the ball. In the end, it went to the shortest of 4 options in Neil Bullen. .48 out to the river end. They're home and hosed. The dam wall is about to break if it hasn't already. The drought is over. 8 minutes into the final quarter, Melbourne breached the century. 15-12, 102, playing 9-6-60.
How terrific for Neil Bullen to get on the scoreboard. It's been one of the reasons Melbourne's resurgent, really. That we talked earlier about their players their next tier of players that have gone from players to being very good players. Gets on the scoreboard most matches and work rate like nothing else.
And this is a well-deserved win. You know, they were 19 points down. Everyone thought they were gone, but they've come back and turned the game around. And if Channel 7, I would have loved him to have had a TV at Neil Danaher's house just to see his reactions, what he's going through right now.
Neil Danaher, a great of the Melbourne Football Club, a great human being. Ron Barassi, another great figure in Melbourne football. And all those who've left us, think of Jim Steins, think of Colin Sylvia, of Troy Broadbridge, of Dean Bailey. They'll be smiling down tonight. Kick inside 50 from Oliver. The Demons going forward again, charging into a tackle, seemingly taken high Duray, and the umpire saw it that way. It was a non-officiating umpire who paid it. Free kick, inside defensive 50 for the Bulldogs, where it's been for a large chunk of the last 30 minutes. 10 unanswered goals for Melbourne. Liberatore comes to the broadcast side. Has to be a good kick to find Hunter, and it is, as it came in over his shoulder. He marks and plays on with a bounce. And a second bounce, but then leaves it behind. Oh, that was a comedy of errors. He'd taken 2 bounces, and then the ball just fell out of his lap and went out of bounds in front of the interchange.
Sums up their second half, doesn't it? Nothing's gone right for the Bulldogs. Well, Melbourne have just been too good.
Boundary throw in, forward of the wing for the Dogs, directed down by Martin. Stalking it at the ground is Daniel. Feeds a hand pass to McRae, who wheels onto his left boot. Flower bag of a kick, hit it shallow, but it bounces to the speedy Bailey Smith. Hand pass to Treloar, who ignited his team in that second quarter. They're far from an igniter here. Hand pass to Johannesson, who's through 50. A sidestep. Jason Johannesson feeds it forward. Well done, Petty. Got a hand in there for Melbourne. It's still inside 50, but it's been broken up. Rivers a superb tap, and storming away now is Langdon. He'll sweep a hand pass forward down the outer wing. The ball's fed forward by Sparrow, and coming to an immediate halt is Spargo, because he had nothing up ahead. He gives it back to Sparrow, who lifts it back to Charlie Spargo. Goes high and long along the outer side. Pickett flies. Got high. It didn't mark. He retrieves it at the ground, though, and keeps it in. Isaiah Pickett getting behind the defence, but wide is Fritsch. It's been paid a mark. I thought it was out of bounds on the full. They are out. Running on inside 50 is Langdon. He will stop because he lost his footing. He had teammates further afield. Petrarca and Viney were racing towards goal, but Langdon's lost his footing. He hasn't lost the footing. He's deep at left full forward.
It's actually quite smart to fall over and take your time, just so when you get that nice premiership DVD, you can go back and say, look, I've gone back and had a set shot.
This is for 11 in a row.
Staggering. Utterly staggering. We've just seen a replay, and he did well, actually. Fritsch just marked it inside the field of play. His body was outside, but he managed to keep his arms. He contorted his body to stay in play with the ball. Ed Langdon, the former Docker, made the move to the Demons. And geez, happy about it right now. In the long sleeves, a grand final goal for Ed Langdon. 48 points is the margin for program sponsor Bendigo Bank, and the Demons have run away with this grand final.
Pretty sure a commentator said the winning margin will be 41 plus.
Yeah, he said to the Bulldogs.
Oh, I meant Demons, mate.
A bit late now.
And I reckon it's going to be more, so I reckon you're still going to be wrong, because they just haven't stopped, Melbourne, have they? They haven't stopped. They're still just as hungry. At some stage, I mean, they'd know they've won the game now, but they're still running harder than the Bulldogs, and they're just too good, and everything's just turned to goal for them. And once again, there's a round-the-body snapshot from 35 metres out on a very tough angle. Didn't even look like missing.
And you'd want to hope that the Bulldogs actually play this game out, because you can see what happened to GWS a few years ago when they got smashed off the park. They carried on to the following year.
11 unanswered goals. Bounce back in the middle. Run down by English. Treloar gets a hand pass from his knees to Bailey Smith. Down the middle go the Bulldogs. The fist back there by Lever. Dunkley gets it in the end. Run down from behind though McRae, after he received the hand pass by Petrarca, who opens the back door and goes backwards to Salem. He just chips it to the outer side. This is amazing footy at the moment by Melbourne. Everything they touch is turning to goal. Viney marks on the outer half-back flank. An 8-goal margin. It's hard to imagine when you consider where they were midway through the third quarter. They were 19 points down. Viney's kick high to the outer side. Last in line, McDonald knocks it down to the front to Pickett. Doesn't come off that time. He hand passes behind the speedy Langdon, and it's gone out of play on the southern wing. 48-point lead to Melbourne, 13 and a half minutes into the final term.
The Demons fans are already on their feet. They're singing the Melbourne theme song on the outer side. Spun back into play, in front, beautifully down by Jackson to Petrarca, who's been epic. Hand pass to Neil Bullen, kicks into the pocket, and there is Fritsch. Well, Demons fans, savour this. This is a club that's been to the very bottom. Priority picks, accused of tanking. And now here they are at Optus Stadium on grand final night. Who would have ever anticipated that this would be the scenario presented? But they're just moments away from a premiership. And Bailey Fritsch in the famous number 31 Guernsey is kicking on his 6th goal. Bailey Fritsch has shanked it. They gave it a fair build-up, and he scores a behind. Program sponsor Bendigo Bank. Bailey Fritsch has 5 goals too. The margin 49 points, 15 minutes into the final term.
Kick into play down the middle, knocked on to Brayshaw. Knocks it on again to a teammate who gets shunted to ground in there, but it comes back to Brayshaw. Oh, not that time the tackle didn't stick from Petrarca on Bontempelli. He was able to hand pass it to Daniel, now to Treloar. The ground's opening up on the outer side. Well-weighted kick finds Rourke Smith, plays on with a bounce, goes long, favoured by the direction and the flight of the ball is Lever. Kick to the wrong side of the forward down there, gave no chance for Hannon, and Lever marks. Left full-back. Will the Bulldogs score again? Lever wide towards the outer side. The target McDonald, the fist from Sharkey, and it's gone out of play on the outer side. It is like they've just walked into quicksand, the Bulldogs, since the midway point of the third quarter. They've only added a behind and trail by 49 points 16 minutes into the last term.
Toss back in. 4 to the wing for the Bulldogs. Jackson's been important in the ruck. Won some important hit-outs and clearances. Harms over the ball, tackled. And the umpire will have to separate the players. 49 points is that margin. For program sponsor, Bendigo Bank. Ball spills to Treloar, who hand passes to Daniel, who's been under a world of pressure in the second half. He's constricted here, but got the hand pass away. Neil Bullen couldn't run him down. Liberatore towards Treloar, who puts it into the pocket and spots Waitman. They got a metre on Rivers, and he's paid the mark, if not a free kick.
Just haven't seen any of that spark from Waitman, have we?
Yeah.
Like, he's been a terrific small forward for him this year, but can't remember him doing anything clever or out of the ordinary. And the game's done now. Like, if he kicks this, it'll be terrific because he's going to kick from 50 out on the boundary line, but just hasn't given them much tonight.
It'll be a consolation prize, if there can be a consolation, when you're going to finish on the wrong side of a grand final result. Cody Waitman's kick from 50. He's missed everything. Near side all the way, tugged it going for distance.
It's just been the ball movement going into the 50. It's just been either a long bomb or just put out in front to where the Melbourne defenders can take advantage.
Salem short, so short it's not 15 metres to leave it. He plays on to right full back, and May goes short to Bowie, and that was just 15 metres. Still deep inside the defensive 50 at right full back, the Demons. He runs wide of the man on the mark, and Bowie then kicks it high towards the logos on the broadcast wing. Knocked on by Brayshaw in mid-flight, and unable to keep it in is Williams. And there'll be a boundary throw in front of the interchange area, and Max Gawn. The crowd is a record for football at Optus Stadium. 61,118. We'll come back to that in a moment as the ball is thrown in. One down in front by Martin. Petrarca ground level. Hand pass to Oliver. Oliver long. It's unguarded deep. One down by Keith. Chance for McDonald, who does the 180, but getting in there in front, though, is Rourke Smith with courage. Gets the hand pass away. Ducking and diving. Short. Oh! Liberatore drops the mark. The man that give it to him, Sharkey, butters up again. Still loose. Treloar gathers. One bounce over the defensive 50. Hand passes inboard to Caleb Daniel. He then kicks to oncoming traffic. Knocked down there by Oliver. Ricochets to Petrarca. Squaring kick. They are going to line up on their 12th consecutive goal. McDonald is marked. No angle to contend with. 35 metres out.
Hasn't had a heap of it, McDonald, but there's been moments when he's certainly had a presence out there. Like Melbourne have needed that bigger body, and what he's had to do, he's done well enough.
Yep.
And if he can top this off for a goal, would really be a serviceable game for him.
Dead in front. A dozen in a row to the Melbourne Demons. Their lead now is 55 points. 17-13, 115 to 9-6-60. 19 minutes into this final quarter, and that crowd of 61,118 means that there were 148 spare seats tonight. Some people missed out on seeing it. They bought the ticket because it was a sellout, but they didn't turn up, and they've missed something pretty special.
Well, he's not going to get many. I don't think he's had too many touches, but Cozzy Pickett, he had 5 or 6 efforts there to get the ball out and to make a turnover, and that's what you want. He's not going to get the importance of too many touches or kicking goals, but his pressure acts inside 50 have gone a long way to helping Melbourne win this grand final.
Well, he's like McDonald. He's played his role. You know, he's not going to feature, like you said, high in the stats, but he's done what he's had to do, and he's put the wind up the Bulldogs defenders, and that's what he's there to do.
Bounce favours Gawn, who just punches it forward of the middle. Sparrow, who's done some really important things for Melbourne, hand passes forward, nudged off at his Wood, who looks sore. Oliver, hand passes out. Sparrow loops a hand pass to the attacking 50 for Melbourne, but Bontempelli intercepts. And now a chance for Bailey Smith. Loops it back to his skipper, who's tackled. Dribbles a kick into the middle. It's picked up, though, by Viney of Melbourne. Off to Salem, and at half forward, it's that man, Petrarca, who decides not to hold the ball. He dishes off to the run of Angus Brayshaw from the pocket. He sprays his kick. He's missed everything. Out of bounds on the full.
This centre square is fast becoming an embarrassment for the Bulldogs. Yeah. Really, it's men versus boys in there. Since half-time, it has just been absolute one-way traffic.
Cordy, kick that clears defensive 50, and coming to a halt with the mark is Bontempelli. What a domination it's been after half-time. Hand pass fed forward towards Liberatore. His hand pass was wide of Dale, who does well. Races away and hand passes forward to Hannett. No impact tonight for the former Demon. Back by hand to Dale, but the options have closed down. He kicks into the pocket. Clean gather from Waitman, who shrugs the tackle. This would be a superb goal. He gives it away by hand and snapping the goal. It's of consolation, perhaps, for the Western Bulldogs to Adam Treloar. They break the run of consecutive goals. 12. For program sponsor Bendigo Bank, the Bulldogs pull the margin back to 49 points. Melbourne are 17-13, 115. The Bulldogs are 10-6, 66.
It's almost career-ending stuff, some of this stuff for the Bulldogs. I mean, that was a great goal, and Treloar, 3 goals for the night. He's had his moments, probably got him into the game when things were looking really grim for the Bulldogs early, and it really got him on a path where you thought that they were going to run away with the game. But hasn't really had a lot forward of the centre since then. But the centre square set up at the moment, like I said, it's almost career-ending stuff for some of these boys, because if that's the second best team in the comp, it's turned into a bit of an embarrassment for the Doggies.
49 points. 22 minutes left before utter jubilation for 23 Melbourne players and their faithful all around the country. From the ball up, Petrarca runs onto it, a hand pass to Gawn, gives it off then to Bowie. Run down from behind by Johannesson, but got a hand pass away, which he'll gain himself. Kicks inside 50, flying down there, Cordy with the fist. But a chance at ground level for Neil Bullen, tackled the ground, gets the hand pass away. They're all falling over down there. Salem ends up with it. Got it from Jackson. Snaps across the body. Another one. Normal transmission restored after the Bulldogs got the last. 18-13, 121. The Bulldogs 10-6, 66. 23 minutes into the final quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank. We're back where we are a moment ago. Melbourne by 55.
Well, I know
wrong.
Yeah, they can't do anything wrong. I know it's pretty dire and a bit sad what's happening in Melbourne at the moment, but hopefully all the Melbourne supporters back in Melbourne and Victoria are sitting back and actually with a big smile on their face, because they've had it tough, Melbourne, and hopefully one bloke that I'd love to actually see here at the ground would be Nathan Jones. He's done the hard yards, 300 games, and he's one of those unlucky stories of grand final week.
There's always one or two. Nathan Jones has given his heart and soul to this club over 300 games, lost his place late in the year, returned home for the birth of twins, and he'll be as proud as anyone with this Melbourne performance. We're in time on of this grand final, 4th and final term. Gawn clean possession from the ruck contest, high kick forward of the wing. A few players under the high ball. Eventually it's hand pass forward. Viney, Sparrow could run through 50, instead just chips it to Jackson. The resistance is long broken. The Western Bulldogs, they're waiting for the siren, and so are the Demons, but for contrasting reasons. Jackson has a set shot, 45 out directly in front.
So many holes, and you can't blame the defence. It's just been a flow through the middle of the ground. I mean, once again, from a centre bounce, Gawn taking the ball out of the ruck in the centre bounce and pounding it forward. And they just haven't had to be made accountable, because Melbourne are just attacking with confidence straight from that stoppage.
3 years ago, Luke Jackson had to make a call. He had to decide whether to play basketball or attack an Australian rules football career. Tonight he's playing in a grand final in front of family and friends at Optus Stadium. He made the right call, and the Demons are beyond 10 goals to the good. 19-13, 127. The Bulldogs are 10-6-66. 25 minutes into this final quarter for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
Well, there's nothing better feeling as a footballer when you know you've got it in the bag. This next, 5 minutes, it's just party time for them. So you might see some tricks starting to come out where they go away from the game plan, but the next 5 minutes, it's just party time for these boys.
Efficiency inside 50. Melbourne 54% to 35. Hit-outs 45 to 26. Clearances 40 to 31. Centre clearances 17 to 11. That surprises me. I wouldn't have thought Bulldogs had had 11, but it's been the way they've actually got those clearances out of the middle of the ground, Melbourne, which has been really the story of this game.
Back in motion in the middle. Gawn goes up. Lovely palm. Straight down to Viney. Wriggles his way through. Hand pass on the bounce to Maxi. Runs to centre, half forward. This will bring the whole stadium down. He pushes it right, and it's gone through for a behind. That would have been the ultimate icing on the cake. 19-14, 128 Melbourne. The Bulldogs 10-6-66, 25 and a half into the last for program sponsor Bendigo Bank.
Glenn, would you believe that Melbourne have had 15 to 4 marks inside 50 metres? 15 marks inside 50. That is unbelievable.
Duray restarts play for the Bulldogs. Sights the outer side with a long kick. Rook Smith went under the flight of the ball and knocked away by Brayshaw. It's out of bounds, 75 metres from the Melbourne goal. See the fans beyond the boundary's edge. They're roaring, they're on their feet, they're waving their red and blue flags. These fans will remember this night for as long as they're here. One down by Martin. Beautiful tap too. Rook Smith, undecided. Eventually hand passes to McRae, who cuts across the ground with a kick that hits the chest of Hunter. Not much inside 50 though, so Hunter has to come to a halt. Now he plays on and kicks towards centre half forward. Bowie races across, spoils the ball. Crushed the ground, and going down in a bit of a heap is Duray, but the Demons have the numbers. Petty goes very wide, too wide. He's kicked it out of bounds on the full, and a free kick will go to the Bulldogs in front of the Demons. Interchange. Harry Petty's been an important player, Damien, this year. He's come in for Adam Tomlinson, who got injured earlier in the year, and played a really important role deep in defence.
He has been. Well, the Doggies there's been heaps that have had good years for them, but for Melbourne.
Well, we've just got a hold here because there's a blood rule. Taylor Duray, I think, might have a broken nose, which is not going to improve his mood.
Just got worse. He's just thrown the towel away and walking off, and they're a complete unit. I mean, you're talking about some of those defenders that obviously they've got two All-Australian defenders, but they've just all played their role. Absolutely played their role right across the ground, Melbourne. It's been such a fantastic... Petrarca's been exceptional, but their team game...
How would you feel as a medical sub? Would you want to come on now, or...?
If you're James Jordan, you would have Melbourne. Not if you're Latham Vandermeer. There was something poetic about Taylor Duray throwing the towel down there, because the Bulldogs did that probably about 15 minutes ago. Thumped forward by Lever of the Demons. Hand pass from Harms to Oliver, who's had his moments as well. Kick towards half forward. Keith halves the contest for the Dogs, but it slips to ground, and McDonald picks the footy up. He's tackled by Shaki. He gets a hand pass forward, keeping it in play as well. Harms can't though. He's pushed over by Treloar. 65 metres from the Demons' goal, 28-minute mark, and the celebrations have already started on the boundary's edge, with Melbourne 62 points up in the 2021 Grand Final.
Yep, Simon Goodwin's down there giving hugs and high fives as the ball is thrown in. One down by Martin in front, head over the footy, Hunter. Bounces a hand pass to Bailey Smith for the Bulldogs, short, and Treloar marks on the northern wing. 28-20 into the last quarter of the Grand Final. It's nearly 2-1 on the scoreboard, 128-66. He's gone short, square. Treloar to Daniel. Daniel into the middle of the ground. The mark almost picked off in there by Brown, but he's been infringed upon, so he's got the free kick anyway. Keith giving it away. Plays on immediately to Brayshaw. 70 metres out at left half forward. Goes to Fritz. He can have a go at his sixth again. He's marked on a tightish angle, especially for a left footer. About 25 out at left full forward. He's got 5 goals, 2. And the first of those 2 behinds actually cannoned into the woodwork.
Brown's height has been an issue too, hasn't it? Across the middle of the ground there. He's once again done enough. Kicked a few goals. What's he kicked? 3.
3, yep.
But you'd have to say he's had a presence.
Yep. Bailey Fritsch for his 6th. Not many achieve that mark, especially nowadays in modern-day grand finals. Strikes it from 35. Umpire just clicks his heels, looks over his head and signals another goal. 6 goals to Bailey Fritsch. Melbourne lead by 68 points. It is now more than 2-1 on the scoreboard. 2014, 134, playing 10-6-66. And they have scored 15 of the last 16 goals of the game.
From nowhere, to be fair, Glenn. Like they were behind. I really don't want this to stop. No, it's such good football to watch from Melbourne. You want to put the Western Bulldogs out of their misery, I guess, but it's hard to say how a grand final that's been such a blowout has still been enjoyable. It's been good footy. After half-time, only trouble is it's all been Melbourne's way. They've been clean, they've been efficient, they're kicking some great goals, and they're just running so hard, Ash.
Could he be a smoky for Norm Smith?
Is it an easy 6? Has he kicked an easy 6?
He's been the difference.
He's been the difference. He's taken uncontested marks. I mean, that means he's worked hard to get space, of course, to give him his dues. But I think the trucker's pretty much got his name on it, I would have thought.
Dying moments at this grand final. Gawn racing forward to the centre again. Hand pass over his shoulder. Harlem Globetrotter stuff now. Inside 50, but taken away. Hand pass forward by Shaki. Tapped along the ground by Bontempelli, and eventually storming off halfback Williams with some speed. Will kick the Bulldogs inside 50, but he's kicked it over English. A tired effort to go back and try and retrieve it. Picked up by Lever for Melbourne. Tackled, dispossessed. Ball spills out back towards English, and he's unable to control the awkward footy, and over it goes. Petty again, fighting tooth and nail for every possession.
Once again, a centre bounce where Gawn's just sprinted forward. Here's your ruckman. He doesn't even wait to see who gets the ball. You just be a ruckman being a loose running into your forward line.
I had deja vu a couple of minutes ago when Glenn called Gawn storming through 50. We saw him kick that brilliant goal in the prelim. He couldn't quite reprise it. Langdon over the ball for Melbourne. Hand pass forward. Neil Bullen's been important. They've all been important for Melbourne. Viney, a hand pass that accommodates Langdon, and he goes wide and looks for Brown. Strong in the air. He wins a free. Chop of the arms against Keith. On the outer side, Ben Brown will savour this kick. The Demons, 68 points up at the 32-minute mark of the final quarter.
Ben Brown still backpedaling. They know it's in their possession. They just want the siren to go almost equally as quickly as the Bulldogs do. They want to break into unadulterated celebration. The kick goes very wide. Caleb Daniel gets a hand on it, and it's gone out of play. 68-point margin. Melbourne have it at left half forward. 32 minutes expired in the final quarter. 15 of the last 16 goals of the game from halfway through the third term have been piled on by Melbourne. Boundary throw in, outer side. In front, Gawn wins it down. Oliver can't break a couple of tackles, and there'll be another ball up on the outer side.
Gawn another smoky. There was a period there of about 10 minutes where he drifted out of the game when the Bulldogs got back into it. But
from the ruck contest, a free kick. Player being held, and it's Maxi Gawn at left half forward.
He tried to draw a 50 as well, Max. He's getting a standing ovation. He's about to become Melbourne's first premiership captain since Ron Barassi.
I think we know which side the crowd's barracking for.
Gawn chips it inside 50 to Booze. He's turned it over. Means very little in the overall scheme of things. Cordy's taken the mark, deep in defence for the Dogs, but this game well beyond doubt. It has been since the early stages of the final term. Melbourne broke it open in the third quarter. Keith, who still looks a little wounded, kicks out of defensive 50 but turns it over. Straight to Oliver, hits the ground, hand passes towards Neil Bullen, chips inside 50, and Tom McDonald will have the last kick of this grand final. He is marked on the lead, 40 out. And it's just a matter to see how much this margin is. Tom McDonald. Melbourne fans, savour it, drink it in. 57 long years, Tom McDonald piles on the pain for the Western Bulldogs. It's Melbourne's 13th premiership, and it's the one that many fans thought would never come. The Bulldogs beaten by the Demons 21-14, 140. The Bulldogs 10-6, 66.
To wait 684 months. But all of a sudden, the Demons are the toast of the town. The Demons have been exercised, there's no doubt about that. An incredible pulsating performance from them from the halfway point of the third quarter. From that point, when they trailed by 19, they rattled off 12 unanswered goals, and come the final siren and beyond, with McDonald going after the siren, they kicked 16 of the last 17 goals of the game. An incredible turnaround in a quarter and a half of football. Bailey Fritsch ended up with 6 for the winners. Brown 3, Petrarca 2 along with McDonald. Then singles to Sparrow, Neil Bullen, Oliver, Brayshaw, Spargo and Salem. For the Bulldogs, 3 apiece to Treloar and Bontempelli. And then singles to Hunter, Norton, Smith and Johannesson. Melbourne fans, you can continue to celebrate. Few fans have left the stadium. They all want to savour what may be the only time in their lifetime they'll see a Premiership Cup handed over to a winning team in an AFL Grand Final. Melbourne 21-14, 140. The Bulldogs 10-6, 66. And whilst the celebrations continue to unfurl out of the middle, we'll get some preliminary comments from Damien Kitschke and also Brisbane Premiership player Ash McGrath on one of the most remarkable quarter and a halves of footy we've ever seen in a VFL AFL Grand Final.
A bit lost for words there, Ash. That was, didn't see it coming. Glad I did see it, because that was just superb football by a club who's at the top of their game, been top all the season, deserved to win a flag, had a good run into the finals. Thought half-time whether that lack of football from Melbourne was going to cost them. Brisbane did look a bit harder leading into half-time, didn't they? And there was a bit of a question coming this whether Melbourne had played enough footy, but by gee, they answered that, didn't they?
Yeah, and we spoke at half-time, you said about when Geelong played last year, whether the half-time would stifle their momentum, and at half-time I said, when I was looking at the two huddles, Melbourne looked a little bit rattled and a bit frustrated, but they've gone in the bowels of the change rooms, and they've actually, they've got a good belief about their team, and the way they play, they could do damage again next year. Depends on how hungry they are coming into pre-season next year.
Petrarca finished up with 40 touches, Ash.
40 touches.
40 touches he finished up with. Kicked a couple.
Yep.
Just an outstanding performance. And when it had to happen, like his second half was just, he was a man amongst boys, wasn't he?
He'd be a smoky, wouldn't he, for North Fish?
I think so. But when you're talking about the future, you don't want to talk about dynasties, but the engine room, Petrarca's only playing his 127th game tonight.
Yeah.
Clayton Oliver, who's partner in crime, it's his 124th. And the bloke that actually keeps feeding the ball, it's only the 159th game for Max Gawn. Yep. I mean, he could go another 5 seasons. So there is so much to like about this Melbourne team, Damien, heading into the future. It might have taken a while for that damn wall to break, but the water could flow through it for a good few years.
Well, if rumours are true, you could hear that Chera might go to Melbourne for a straight swap with Brayshaw, so that could be an even scarier prospect come next year.
Brayshaw was good tonight. He'd be a loss if he left. He was in their top 5 possession winners for the night, and he's a class user of the ball. Haven't seen much of Chera. Would you swap him for a first round pick? Would you? Like, where does he sit?
Oh, he's a good footballer. Yeah. He's had to run with Green. He's the Freo midfield that they've got. A good midfield for they could do a little bit better. But if he goes over to a side like Melbourne, they're going to be very dangerous come next year.
So where do we sit with the Bulldogs? Do we let that go and just go, well, Melbourne are on fire? Could they play the game again tomorrow? Would the Bulldogs be a chance if they played it together? Or have we seen the gap between these two sides?
Well, up until half-time, we were all saying the two teams that are playing are the ones that deserve to be here. But the second half was just an absolute blowout. Whether Port Adelaide could have done any better, I don't know. But, it was just an absolute massacre in the second half.
Yeah, what a great effort. Jack Viney had the chance, I suppose, to move elsewhere. He was told he wasn't going to be captain anymore. Fantastic game for him. 25 touches, was in and about there the whole time. Saleman, I thought, the first quarter and a half and the last, well, everyone after half-time, don't worry about that, but the first quarter and a half, I thought he was significant across that half-back line. Oliver just keeps on knocking up, getting the ball. We spoke about Brayshaw. Neil Bullen finished up with 24 touches. Fantastic game from Neil Bullen. Fantastic season from Neil Bullen. And, he was probably on the outer a year and a half ago. In fact, I know he was on the outer a year and a half ago. Recontracted this year. Another young player with a fair bit in front. Gawn, still a smoky. He still controlled the game and took that massive hit there in the second quarter, and we thought that he was going to be in a bit of trouble with what looked like a leg injury, but Lever did his job. Half-back line that back, him and May, just men. And how about young Bowie? 6 games of football. It's just not fair, Ash. You can play 6 games of footy and walk away with a premiership medallion.
1 all 7 as well, Damien and Ash. All 7 games he's played. Jake Bowie, he's 1 all 7. He's got a premiership medal.
And I could say the same. My old teammate Richard Hadley played 3 games and in his 3rd game won a premiership. So.
Oh, Marlon Pickett did it in one. So let's not get too excited.
And unlucky not to win the Norm Smith in one. Yeah.
It's always jubilation and despair, devastation and celebration. The Bulldogs are on the edge of the centre square on the southern wing, and there's still backslapping and everything happening in the Melbourne huddle. They're just preparing themselves for the presentations of the medallions to the winners and the Premiership Cup to captain and coach, but no one could have seen that coming. No one at all. I mean, Melbourne got out of the blocks so well. They led by 21 points. You thought, this is dangerous for the Bulldogs. And then the Bullies kicked 7 goals in the second quarter, 7 goals to 1, and went into half-time with a very handy break. And then after that, bang, it was all just blown out of the water. It was an incredible turnaround. To think that they kicked 16 of the last 17 goals of the game, including 12 in a row, bracketing three-quarter time. And I guess in time, Damien, people will look back in the history books in 10 years. Oh, God, can't have been much of a final, 74-point margin. It was a great game of footy. By dint of the way, Melbourne were able to just grab it by the scruff of the neck when it looked like they could have been going out the back door and the drought could just continue.
It's just a great event. The stadium, the day, the last few days in Perth, it's just been sensational. And probably remiss not to have mentioned Fritsch in that rundown of players. 6-goal-2 as a rangy forward. And good forwards make things look easy, and he made that look easy. But finding space, uncontested marks. Was it 17 uncontested marks inside 50 tonight, Melbourne? Really, Sparrow's use of the ball. Sparrow finished up having 14 touches for the game, but some of his delivery I thought was terrific. Jackson just impresses me more and more every time you see him. He is going to be a handful. Tonight, even up against a wily old ruckman in Martin, just wasn't fussed, jumped over him, ran off him, ran forward. Every centre bounce, just attacked. We spoke about the ruckman and Melbourne just having no pressure on them to defend in a centre bounce. They just ran forward on every occasion. Rivers did his job. Ben Brown, as a tall up forward. I thought he had a presence. Finished up getting quite a few possessions right through the middle of the ground. Finished up with 10 possessions for the game, but kicked 3, but didn't spend all of his time deep forward. I thought he was good. Donald a couple of goals late. Spargo, Hibbert, but just to a man, they played their role.
Yeah, every single bloke out there, besides the medical sub, did their role that they needed for the team. So
he ran the boundary well, James Jordan as well. He did his bit on the boundary, encouraged his teammates.
Pickett, 4 touches for the game. But he played his role.
Yeah, pressure acts.
Played his role. Same with Petty. 6 touches for the game, but he'll walk off of that and be happy with his game. They did not have a passenger.
Not far away from the presentation here. Basil Zemplis about to step forward to the microphone, but this crowd won't want to leave tonight. Melbourne fans have waited so long for this moment, and here they are about to see their team unveiled with a Premiership Cup and 23 players presented with a Premiership medallion.
Wherever you are around the country or indeed around the world, it is time to commence our formal presentation. And firstly, we acknowledge and thank the AFL's premier partner, Toyota, represented today by Managing Director of Toyota WA, Mark Warren. Please join me now in congratulating today's field umpires, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's outstanding grand final. And I'd like to invite Lee Marquette to present the AFL umpires grand final medals and invite Stephen Wiggins to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team. The Western Bulldogs Football Club have had a magnificent season and were gallant in defeat today on the game's biggest stage. Would you please welcome the captain of the Western Bulldogs Football Club, Marcus Bontempelli, to the stage to say a few words.
First of all, to the AFL, to Toyota and all the major partners, obviously put on a great event again this year and we all obviously appreciate it. To the Bulldogs, to our major partners who've helped us throughout the year for everything they've done, we do appreciate you, and obviously to the WA government for providing this opportunity for us to play here and put the game on as you have. Thank you. Melbourne Footy Club, Simon Goodwin, Maxie Gorn, incredibly talented team, but incredibly well drilled. Boys, really did a good job on us tonight. You deserve everything that's coming your way, so well done, mates. And just finally to our mob, couldn't obviously get it going up our way today. We'll lick our wounds. This one will stick for a little while. Hopefully we can make something of it. So thanks everyone.
Congratulations and thank you, Mark. So let's hear it again for the Western Bulldogs. Please join me now, everyone, in welcoming Andrew Embley to present the Norm Smith Medal to the player who charged this field in the 2021 Toyota AFL Grand Final. And the winner of the Norm Smith Medal is from the Melbourne Football Club, Christian Petrarca.
Firstly, I just want to congratulate Western Bulldogs on an unbelievable year. You guys have been the benchmark all year, and I've got no doubt you guys will be here in the next coming years. To the WA, thank you for putting on an amazing show. To the AFL, to keep the season alive the last couple of years in difficult circumstances. And to these boys, unbelievable job. We said it from the start, we want to be here, we're here. And to the fans back home, the fans here, firstly, thank you. And just the fans back home, we did it, baby.
Christian, a very worthy winner of the Norm Smith medal. It is every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September. And so it is with much pleasure that we welcome back the local West Australian NAB AFL Oz Kickers, who will now present premiership medallions to each player of the winning team. And let's get it started. Number 1, Stephen May.
14 disposals for a man who this year was the All-Australian fullback.
Number 3, Christian Salem.
Dynamic early coming off the half-back line, finished with 1 goal and 27 disposals, 22 of them were kicks.
Number 4, James Arms.
5 kicks, 9 handballs, took 3 marks, 14 possessions in total.
Number 5, the Norm Smith medalist, Christian Petrarca.
40 disposals, and Jacob just got a message that it breaks the record of Simon Black. 40 disposals, the most disposals in a grand final in AFL football. So, terrific effort by Christian Petrarca.
Number 6, Luke Jackson.
Luke Jackson, a local WA product, kicked a goal, had 13 disposals, and also took 3 marks.
Number 7, Jack Viney.
Between 2017 and 2019, he actually captained the Demons, had 25 disposals, a prominent night for him, and the son of a man who played 233 games, his dad, Todd.
Number 8, Jake Lever.
Jake Lever did his job down back, finished the game with 17 disposals, 11 and 6 and 2 marks.
Number 9, Charlie Spargo.
So we mentioned during the call he is a 4th generation VFL AFL player, and he now is the owner of a premiership medallion.
Number 10, Angus Brayshaw.
Very famous sporting name here in Western Australia, the son of Mark Brayshaw, who's the son of Ian Brayshaw, who was a terrific all-round cricketer. And of course, his brothers Hamish and Andrew on AFL lists. Hamish didn't play for the Eagles, but Andrew's still running around for Fremantle.
Number 13, Clayton Oliver.
Another dynamic game tonight by Clayton Oliver. 33 disposals, 14 kicks and 19 handballs.
Number 14, Michael Hibbert.
Michael Hibbert coming back in after injury into the final series. Quiet night for him, just the 7 disposals.
Number 15, Ed Langdon.
A couple of times he exposed the Bulldogs with his explosive pace, finished with 17 possessions.
Number 17, Jack Bowie.
Good game in defence, did what he needed to do. 17 possessions for him as well.
Number 23, James Jordan.
James Jordan, the injury sub, but he's a member of the 23. And as number 23, he gets up to receive his premiership medallion.
Number 24, Trent Rivers.
11 disposals this afternoon for Rivers, or this evening. Looking around the stadium, there are still a lot of fans here soaking up this post-game atmosphere.
Number 25, Tom McDonald.
8 possessions, 2 goals, one of them coming after the final siren when none of his teammates could really care what he was doing.
Number 30, Alex Neil Bullen.
Popped up Throughout the game, Neil Bullen, 24 disposals, finished with 1 goal, 1.
Number 31, Bailey Fritsch.
6 goals, 2, and as we mentioned, one of those 2 behinds actually thudded into the goalpost at the eastern end of the ground, so could have easily finished with 7.
Number 32, Tom Sparrow.
14 disposals and a goal.
Number 35, Harrison Petty.
Harrison Petty finishing the night with 6 disposals.
Number 36, Keziah Pickett.
Not an overly exhilarating game tonight. He had only the 4 disposals, but some of his pressure that he was able to put on in his team's attacking 50 did result in scores.
Number 50, Ben Brown.
Ben Brown, wearing a Kangaroos jumper this time last year. He didn't want to part ways with the club, but I think he'd be pretty satisfied. 3 goals, 2, and a premiership medallion.
And number 11, the captain of the Melbourne Football Club, Matt Gordon.
21 disposals, 30 hit-outs. The only thing he didn't do was kick a goal. He had 2 behinds. A cult hero on either side of Australia. And we're about to hear from him at the microphone.
We knew it was going to be a hot challenge today. I must admit that second quarter I was so nervous. Then we're able to get going in the second half. But tremendous game. We look forward to the battles for years to come. For the AFL and Gil, we put on a show in Perth. We managed to keep the season alive. So thanks Gil and the AFL. So we have sponsors, Zurich, Jaguar. Beyond Bank and NIRS, I can't believe I'm out before. Thanks to them. And obviously everyone here, WA government and everyone here from WA, put on a show for us. For this group, the special people to my left, the staff, the coaches, the support staff, the players, everyone we left back home, families, friends, everyone in the eastern states that supports the Melbourne Demons, this is for you. Lastly, after 57 years of pain, it's coming home.
Indeed it is.
Would you now please welcome John Worsfold to present the John McHale Medal for the coach of the 2021 Toyota AFL Premiership team, Simon Goodwin of the Melbourne Football Club.
Paul Roos anointed him early on as the man he would transition the senior coaching job to, and it has certainly paid dividends for the Demons. He's now going to come to the microphone as well.
Great pleasure in inviting a legend of the Melbourne Football Club, Gary Lyon, to present the Premiership Cup to Captain Matt Thorne and Coach Simon Goodwin.
Unusual, we don't get to hear from the winning coach on the victory podium, but Gary Lyon, a man who bled blue and red for his team, gives a big bear hug to both captain and coach and hands over the 2021 AFL Premiership Cup. And he joined on the stand, those two, by every member of the playing squad today. And here we go. If you're a Melbourne fan, find your voice and sing loud. flag will fly high for as long as Melbourne fans can remember. As we said, 57 years, 684 months between premierships. It's actually been a remarkable 5 years for the AFL. We go back to 2016. It was a 72-year drought broken by the Western Bulldogs. The following year, in 2017, Richmond ended a 37-year drought, and here we are today, a 57-year drought being ended by Melbourne. And down to our right, a bedraggled group of Western Bulldogs heading up into the rooms. It is the most desolate feeling in sport, reaching the last stage of any season into a grand final and then unfortunately going down. And have a look at that. Michael Hibbert's pretty happy. He has just broken the 100-metre world record. He's run away from all his teammates and taken the trophy down to a pocket of fans at right full forward at the river end of the ground. And it's going to be a night where, well, not just Melbourne players, but a lot of Melbourne supporters, I don't think, will get a lot of sleep. We'll be with you for about another 12 or 13 minutes here at Optus Stadium to dissect what has been an incredible result tonight by the Melbourne Football Club. Fireworks now ascending into the night sky out beyond the southern grandstand, and Melbourne are doing a lap of honour. Some high five to those in the front row as they're making their way behind the goal at the river end and down the southern side of Optus Stadium. You've experienced this, Ash, firsthand. What are the emotions like when the siren goes and you know that you are at the top of the tree, the kings of the jungle?
This is, you dream of this ever since you started to learn how to kick a football. I just really hope the blokes at the front. I remember Vossi, when we won our first one, he got the boys and said, walk it as slow as you can. There's no time frame, you have to be off. Really soak it in. You got a couple of blokes already nearly halfway around. Really soak it in, because you never know, it could be another 50-something years before you get to do it again. So really cherish it. There's no need to run around, and I guess there's two blokes already 200 metres in front of their teammates, so sink it in and enjoy it, because once it's over, it's over. It's all hard work after pre-season again.
It's interesting, at the start of the year they jumped out, won their first 9 games, Melbourne, and I think even at that stage people you sort of live with the recent history and you think, oh yeah, but I'm not sure they're going to go all the way. And then all of a sudden they a little bit of a flat spot in the middle. They finished with the minor premiership, the first time they'd done that since 1964 when they'd won their previous flag. But a lot of people and a lot of pundits, a lot of experts through the first half of the season, even though they were racking up win after win, were still thinking, don't know if they've actually got it in them to actually win the premiership, but they've shown that they are the best team in the comp by quite some significant margin.
Yeah, I was in that same boat. I wasn't sold that they could go on to win a premiership, but it's just one of those things. Fairy tales do come true. There'll be a lot of people back in Melbourne. They're actually in tears right now because it's been so long between premierships. So hopefully they can sit back and for the next 2 or 3 weeks put this game on repeat and have some joy in some pretty dire times over in Victoria.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to feel for the Melbourne fans, because some of them would be, well, in their mid to late 60s and have no memory, I guess, of the last time they won, but have been rusted on fans for the best part of 60, 65 years, and unfortunately they can't see it firsthand, but no doubt there'll be celebrations and champagne corks popping all around Melbourne and all around Australia for those that barrack for the D's.
Well, Glenn, I unfortunately or fortunately live in a family full of Melbourne supporters. My grandfather saw Melbourne's last premiership. He was at the MCG the day they won it in 64. He's still with us. He's 84, and he'd be delighted up in Geraldton. He's probably listening right now. So, Papa, enjoy this, and all Melbourne fans enjoy this, because it has been a long wait, and sadly, plenty of people have left us since that last Melbourne premiership, but this will be one to savour for a long time.
Yeah, and when we speak about some of the big names, I mean, Norm Smith, the medal, he was the man that coached 6 premierships with Melbourne. He coached their last in 1964, before that incredible move away from the club to coach another one which made such, well, headlines all around the footballing world. Ron Barassi, Bailey Critch tonight wore his number 31 with pride and kicked 6 goals. And of course, in more recent times, Neil Danaher. He was the man that led them into their previous grand final at the turn of the millennium. In 2000, they were beaten by Kevin Sheedy's Bombers. But I think a lot of people also, Ash, coming into this match, there were two things. One was the 57-year drought, and the other one was what Neil Danaher has given to football, what he has given to so many people in regard to raising money for research into a cure to motor neuron, being completely selfless in the way he has conducted his life in recent years. I think that was another reason that people were jumping on the Demons bandwagon, and for Neil Danaher, a terrific night for him tonight.
And I would have loved to have seen him over here if he was able to get in, but hopefully, he'll be sitting back now with the biggest smile on his face. We always say he was there for the really dark times, and to see where the football club has come. They had a lot of draft picks, and it wasn't really a destination football club when it is a proud football club. So hopefully now, if they can, maybe you never know, they could go back to back and turn it into a destination club. And as you can see, just all the players that they've got from other football clubs, I feel for teams like Gold Coast who lose all their players, and the following year or year after they turn into premiership players. So well done to Melbourne. The organisation's a great football club, and hopefully they've got plenty of success going forward.
We alluded to it in one point of the commentary. Nathan Jones, 302 games. He lost his place in the side about 2/3 of the way through the year. I think he'd been told he wasn't going to be coming back for this game, so he knew of the impending birth of his twin, so he left, and he couldn't come back anyway because of the quarantine situations here in Western Australia. But there was a man that played with his heart and soul, and unfortunately Father Time just caught up with him. 302 games. He was captain of the club through some very bleak periods. He was a tremendous warrior for Melbourne, but in every grand final there are hard luck stories, and unfortunately he is one of the major ones for the Demons.
Yeah, and that just shows the character of the man. He could have stayed, and been a distraction about, is he going to play, sad luck, bad luck stories, Nathan, how he's done all the hard yards and misses out in the grand final, but he took himself out, even though his wife was about to give birth. But he took himself out of the situation and said, look, I'm not going to be in it.
Yep.
I don't want to be a burden or be a distraction to the team. I'll go back to Melbourne. And that just shows the character of the man.
Still a lot of people in the stadium, many of whom have had a close look at the Premiership Cup. It's made it all the way down the southern end. It's now behind the goals at the eastern end. But even those that have had the Cup and the Melbourne Players Parade in front of them, they are still there in very, very big numbers. But what a night it has been for the Melbourne Demons. A 57-year premiership drought coming to an end, and coming to an end in one of the most emphatic ways you could imagine, because they were, at the 13-minute mark of the third quarter, 19 points down. And then from there, they kicked 16 of the last 17 goals of the game. In fact, they kicked 12 in a row either side of three-quarter time. And when they had that momentum of a 24-point advantage going into the final quarter, it appeared that they were not going to be headed. In fact, they slammed on. They outscored Western Bulldogs by 50 points in the final term. Admittedly, some teams, when they know that they're done and dusted, do take the foot off the pedal because there's nothing left to play for. We'll come back and wrap up what has been an historic night in the AFL in a moment. But the winners tonight, Melbourne, by 74 points.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate. Complete offset on fixed and variable loans, and a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Program sponsor.
Finding information about disability services
shouldn't be hard. That's why the new Disability Gateway has been launched.
It's a website and phone line that helps connect me,
and other people with a disability to trusted information and services.
It can help me to find out about employment, housing, day-to-day activities, transport and more.
Visit disabilitygateway.gov.au or call 1-800-643-787.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Program sponsor.
Every weekday morning from 9 till 10 across the National Indigenous Radio Service and broadcast through 98.9 FM, it's Let's Talk. A First Nations current affairs show through the eyes and ears of First Nations peoples. Let's Talk, 9 till 10, weekday mornings, through NIRS and 98.9 FM.
You're tuned to the 2021 AFL Grand Final for AFL Indigenous Broadcasting. And tonight, it's the Western Bulldogs taking on Melbourne live from Whadjuk Land at Optus Stadium, Perth, with Glenn Mitchell, Jacob Lansmith, Ash McGrath and Damien Kitchke. Proudly brought to you by major program sponsor Bendigo Bank, broadcast throughout the nation by the National Indigenous Radio Service.
The Demons have completed their victory lap. Now some of them are going to get tackled and taken on to the Channel 7 post-game set, which has been rolled out down just inside the boundary line near our commentary position. Others are being interviewed as they make their way around the ground at the moment. You can only imagine what the emotions are like for these men. And right down in front of us at the moment is Max Gawn, and the most celebrated of these current day Demons. He is absolutely beloved by everyone, and he's applauding those on the other side of the fence.
Lovely moment there, Glenn. James Brayshaw, who's covering the game for television, just embraced his nephew, Angus, who came over and gave him a big hug, and he's about to be interviewed. James is about to interview Angus on air as part of the television broadcast. So great moment for that family, and as you mentioned a bit earlier, what a great sporting family the Brayshaws have been.
Well, Ashley, I mentioned just before the siren sounded that, you know, in history people will look back a list of grand finals and say, oh, gee, that wasn't much of a game, 2021, margin of 74 points. But, yes, it was a blowout, but from where they came, it was an incredible comeback, and it was the exhilarating football that they were playing in the last quarter and a half that still kept you mesmerised, even though you knew goal after goal, this game's over and it's just getting more and more over. It was the way that they played.
Yeah, and I had them marked as down and out at half-time, but they just got that belief in the system that they play. And it was champagne football there in the second half where, you know, what was it, 9 unanswered goals. And the Bulldogs just...
12 unanswered.
12 unanswered. And they just didn't have any answers for them. So that kind of brand of football is going to keep them in good stead.
It certainly will. It's been an incredible season, and again, you know, as we heard from Max Gawn and also from Marcus Bontempelli, paying tribute to the Western Australian Government and the West Australian sporting fraternity and the community here for being able to produce a game like this at a magnificent stadium. It's magnificent because it's not very old. I mean, it's got a leg up on a lot of the other venues around Australia in that regard. But well done to WA, well done to the AFL for getting this season up and to its conclusion. A big thank you to Dan Rennie, who was our producer in the studio tonight, to everyone behind the scenes and behind the microphone on the National Indigenous Radio Service coverage throughout the year. A big thank you, especially to Andrew Underwood, the man who is responsible for putting this coverage together week after week. Been some trying times for everyone in 2021, but if you barrack for the Demons, you've got to be happy. Continue to celebrate Melbourne by 74 points. We'll talk to you again, hopefully, in 2022.